Welcome to today's very, very urgent webinar. I'm actually today in Palestine, in Ramallah, and you must be following the news. If you've been following the news, you would have seen and heard about the absolute incredible amount of atrocity that is unfolding in Palestine. Every single village in Palestine is under attack. Every single community is under attack. Outposts are spreading like wildfire, and including wildfire, actually, that is not wild, that is man-made. The amount of attacks on villagers, the amount of attacks on homes, on mosques, on vehicles, on private property, on olive groves has been escalating at an unprecedented rate. We've been just witnessing this unfold in real time. And of course, with that, we've been seeing nothing but impunity and nothing but complicity from the international community. So today's webinar is dedicated to sharing life testimonies, but also most importantly, calls to action from the ground, from Palestine, from our villages, from our paramedics, from our analysts, and from our teams on the ground who are absolutely brave, and they're joining us today to provide us with these updates. So I'm going to start with Mohamed Ra'i. Mohamed Ra'i is a research analyst who lives in Nablus, originally from Qalqilia, and he works with the Center for Applying International Law, if there is such a thing. But the work involves a lot of documentation, a lot of analysis. So I'm going to hand it over to Mohamed, who will speak to us, most likely in Arabic, and I will translate, and then we will move through the panel. تفضل يا محمد.
في البداية يسعد مساكم. أنا محمد الراعي، باحث ميداني في المركز التطبيقي الدولي. بشتغل مع المركز تقريبا من سنتين. في خبرة في مجال البحث الميداني فوق 20 سنة. احنا بنعمل على توثيق انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان في الأراضي الفلسطينية، تحديدا عنف المستوطنين والجيش الإسرائيلي. بنوثق عمليات القتل، الهدم، التدمير، عنف المستوطنين، وكمان العنف الداخلي أو الاعتقال الداخلي اللي بصير من السلطة الفلسطينية على خلفية حرية الرأي أو الأحداث.
خليني أترجم يا محمد،
احنا اليوم موجودين نحكي تركيز أكثر.
بس أعطيني فرصة أترجم. Okay. Mohamed has been working with the Center for Applying International Law for the last 2 years. He has a background in research, so he does a lot of the research that's involved in the documentation of human rights violations. Currently, the focus is, of course, as it should be, on settler violence, settler attacks, on the violence by the IOF, the Israeli occupation forces, but also on human rights violations related to freedom of speech by the Palestinian Authority as well. So they're documenting the full spectrum of human rights violation, whether it's related to settlers, to the IOF, or to the Palestinian Authority. تفضل.
بتبتدي يعني بنحكي بالأحداث إنه كنا نوثق عمليات القتل، كانت الأمور يعني في وتيرة مختلفة عن اللي حصل ما بعد حرب قطاع غزة اللي شنتها إسرائيل بعد أحداث 7 أكتوبر 2023. اليوم الإجرام، عنف المستوطنين زاد بوتيرة مختلفة، في نمط معين بيستخدموه المواطنين في عملهم بشكل منظم، مسلحين مدربين، بيسيطروا على الأراضي الزراعية، يقيموا بينشئوا بؤر استيطانية يعني في منطقة استيطانية تم إنشائها ما بعد 2023. بيتم إنشاء بؤر استيطانية رعوية، بيسيطروا على أراضي ملكية خاصة جزء من هاي البؤر بتم إنشائها في مناطق سي في البداية. اليوم في مناطق بي الخاضعة للسيطرة الإدارية باتفاقية أوسلو.
خليني بالله
صاروا
بعرف
تفضلي.
عشان ما يروحش هذا. Okay, so a very interesting pattern. I mean, it's interesting, maybe not the right word, but Mohammed is saying that after October 7th and the full-on genocide on Gaza, the settler violence have evolved in a very dangerous way. So it has become more intensified, but also most importantly more organized. So it used to be random acts of violence, but now it became very systemic. And what that means is that they come well trained, they come well armed, and they have a repeated pattern whereby they create these outposts, usually in areas C, but now they're kind of even attacking areas B, which is supposedly under the jurisdiction of the Palestinian Authority. And so they start with small outposts that it's almost like communities that have live cattle or herds, and then they kind of expand into full-on settlements in a very short period of time. And this is a very systemic practice. And it shows a very systemic and structural change in the way settlers have now become more and more aggressive and more able to control lands very quickly. تفضل.
وهاي البؤر الاستيطانية اليوم صاروا المستوطنين المدعوين يشنوا هجمات ضد القرى بشكل منظم. بحركوا بسرقوا أغنام من المزارعين. وفقنا إحنا عشرات أو تقدري مئات الحالات اللي قاموا فيها المستوطنين من سرقة ممتلكات، اعتداء عنف جسدي على المواطنين كمان المزارعين. كمان هاي البؤر وجودها بيأثر وبحد على المراعي اللي كانوا الفلسطينيين أصلا يرعوا في أغنامهم في هاي الأراضي. وجود هاي البؤر صار يسيطر على مساحات شاسعة من الأراضي الفلسطينية. كمان بتعرضوا لهم بالاعتداءات المباشرة، بالتهديد. أحيانا في حالات وقعت حالات قتل بعنف منظم بسلاح، مثل اللي صار في خربة طويل، في خربة طويل صحيح في عقربة. اللي صار كمان في قريوت، كمان في جالود. في حالات كثير احنا كمركز احنا اشتغلنا ووثقنا هاي الحالات. آه، اليوم عملهم بكون منظم. حتى في حالات كثيرة بكون في تواجد للجيش الإسرائيلي في كثير حالات، بس للأسف المستوطنين اليوم بشكل عنيف بهاجموا المزارعين، بقتلوا، بحرقوا الممتلكات، بخطوا شعارات، بحرقوا مركبات زي ما حكيت، بحرقوا مساجد. اليوم يعني صباحا نحكي عن حرق مسجد في قرية ترى من قبل المستوطنين، خطوا
خليني أترجم
شعارات
خليني أترجم يا محمد.
ماشي.
Okay, so the other thing that's very specific about the way these outposts and these settlers are expanding is that, you know, they usually attack. Of course, they usually attack villages. They're after all the land of the villages, and also they come and they steal the cattle from from the owners, and then the land that was previously owned by Palestinians. And so what happens is that Palestinians who still own land, they no longer have access to that land to have their cattle graze. So there's a very lack, and like Palestinians can't actually take their cattle anywhere for feeding. And they're very, very organized and protected by the IOF. So all these attacks that they launch against the Palestinians, it has a very systemic pattern, and usually the IOF is present. And not only do they steal the land and the property, but also they start aggressively attacking the nearby villages and the nearby homes. And so they would come and organize these pogroms. And, that includes obviously physical violence, that includes killing, like what we've seen in the last few days. Really, like since the beginning of this year, we've seen nothing but killing of Palestinians, burning of homes. Today, there was a mosque that was burned. Now they're also like, you see graffiti everywhere with hate. Hate statements like death to the Arabs, or mocking the Islamic faith as a fake faith, or, things like this. And under the protection and the supervision of the Israeli occupation forces. تفضل.
كمان من الخطورة صار اليوم المستوطنين بيهجروا عائلات فلسطينية، زي ما حصل مع عائلة طباصي بقرية جالود. بهاي العائلة في 19/4/2026 تم إنشاء بورة استيطانية قريبة من بيوت عائلات فلسطينية. قام المستوطنين لاحقا بمضايقة هاي العائلة، الاعتداء عليها بشكل متواصل يوميا. قطعوا عنهم الكهرباء، قطعوا عنهم المياه، قطعوا عنهم التواصل بينهم وبين القرية. اضطرت هاي العائلة في النهاية إنه في 22 7 هذا أقل من 5 أيام إنها يتم تخلي بيوتها، لأنه قعدت في المعاناة 3 شهور بشكل متواصل. عنف مستوطنين بشكل دائم، تهديدات بالقتل بالحرق، ما في تواصل بينهم وبين القرية. ما كانوا يقدروا يجيبوا إمدادات غذائية أو يومية لعائلاتهم. عندهم أطفال، هم أسرة مكونة من 7 أفراد، هم آه، شقيقين، وعندهم 3 أطفال من البنات. غادروا القرية مكرهين، يعني تهجير قسري استخدموا. اليوم المستوطنين كمان
أترجم والله
بيسيطروا.
يا محمد، بس قبل ما أترجم، وين راحوا طيب؟ وينها نزحوا لوين؟
جزء من هاي العائلة نزحت على قريوت، وعائلة منهم راحت على قريوت، والعائلة الثانية بتوقع هي زوجة الشخص موجودة برام الله. أصبحوا يعني بدون بيت. هذا البيت مبني حسب التواصل وتوثيقاتنا مع العائلة، مبني من 6 سنوات في منطقة باء، يعني مش منطقة جيم، منطقة باء. لكن المستوطنين سيطروا على هذا البيت، وسيطروا على بيت ثالث كمان. سيطروا على بيتين وسيطروا على البيت الثالث لأنه قيد الإنشاء. هي
أوكي.
هاي السياسة اللي يستخدموها لما يكون بيوت كمان
أها.
فارغة اليوم، بسيطروا عليها وبتمددوا وبتوسعوا.
Okay. Okay, خليني أترجم. Okay. So one of the other things that they do is that, they systemically attack people in their homes. And so one of these examples is a family called شو اسم العائلة؟ نسيت. طوباسي, right?
عائلة
طوباسي.
الطباصي
عائلة
عباد، هي
الطوباسي
الطباصي
من
عباد.
Tubasi Abbad from a village called Jalud. So what these settlers did, they completely cut off this family home from everything. So they kept surrounding this family for over 3 months, no access to the village, to the rest of the village. They were systemically attacked. Every time they left the house, came back to the house, somebody had to stay in the house all the time because they were worried that the settlers will take over. And they were threatened with killing, they were threatened with violence, they were threatened with the burning of their home, and they couldn't have access to any services. So after 3 months of trying so hard to stay in their home, they had to actually leave the house. And so this is just one example of what's been happening systemically in the West Bank. So the attack on the West Bank is really about taking over as much land as possible and squeezing the Palestinians, mainly in villages. And this house happens actually to be in Area B, which is, again, not under the control of the Israeli forces. It should be under the control of the Palestinian Authority. But because we have no sovereignty as a state, they can actually roam and do whatever they want. And there's no protection for these people from the Palestinians because there's no army protection. Palestinians are, they don't have an army. And so this is just one example of one family that tried for 3 months to stay in their home, and they were forcibly evicted from that house because they just couldn't survive in isolation from the rest of the community. تفضل.
اليوم كمان يعني اليوم المستوطنين بنشوفهم كمان بيرتدوا الزي العسكري، بيمارسوا كمان العنف هذول. ما بعد حرب 7 أكتوبر صاروا المستوطنين يرتدوا اللباس العسكري كأنهم جنود إسرائيليين. بيلبسوا لباس خوذات، مسلحين بأسلحة أوتوماتيكية من سلاح M16. كل هذا رصدناه ووثقناه كناشطين وكمؤسسات. بيستخدموا هاي السياسة كمان في عمل حواجز على الطرقات كمان. بتدخلوا في كل الأحداث، بشنوا هجمات على التجمعات البدوية. يعني اليوم بنحكي عن التجمعات مثلا خربة الطويل. تم تهجير عائلات. احنا اشتغلنا على تهجير عشرات العائلات من هاي الخربة. جزء من في تجمعات كثير بالأغوار الفلسطينية تم تهجيرها، مثل خربة طانة. في اليوم تجمعات كمان مهددة بالترحيل، مثل خربة المراجم تابعة لقرية دوما، جنوب نابلس. في كمان منطقة المسعودية التابعة، هي ضمن أراضي قرية برقة شمال غرب نابلس. كل
خليني
هاي
أسألك،
كل
لأنه
هاي
أعطيك عن كثير أمثلة. كلهم هدول قرى
مم.
صغيرة، صح؟ قرى صغيرة
قرى
حوالين
صغيرة
عمليا
حوالين نابلس.
حوالين نابلس. Okay. So the other thing that's worth noting is that after October 7th, the settlers became de facto, Israeli occupation army, because they wear the uniforms, they have the helmets, and they have the same weapons as the Israeli occupation forces. So the M16s, so they're all, walking around with their M16s, and they basically act as if they're actually an extension of the army. And so what they do, they blockade entire cities. Actually, yesterday in Ramallah, there was a blockade on Ramallah for 2 hours because the settlers wanted to have access to the main roads so that they can protest. So what happens is that they kind of blocked all of Ramallah inside. Nobody was able to go in and out. Nablus was blockaded for 2 days. You couldn't enter, you couldn't leave. And so this systemic blocking of villages, communities is meant to make the conditions of life impossible, so that their people are forced to kind of forcibly, like, displaced, go to other communities, because obviously the settlers build these outposts, and then they expand and they expand, and then they completely choke these Palestinian communities. تفضل. محمد.
من الحالات ممكن أطرح حالتين بالفترة الأخيرة صارت ب 23/7 2026. كان الساعة تقريبا 11 في قرية بيت فريك شرق نابلس. قام المستوطنين بإشعال النيران في سهل زراعي مزروع بحبوب القمح. بنحكي عن آلاف الدنومات المزروعة بحبوب القمح، بيعتمدوا عليها المزارعين في للثروة الحيوانية، أو في هاي فيها كمان أشجار زيتون، بيوت بلاستيكية. بقع السهل بين 3 قرى، هي بيت دجن وسالم وقرية بيت فوريك. تم إقامة بؤرة استيطانية في بداية السنة على أراضي سالم. هي بؤرة رعوية. يعني مستوطن جاب أغنام وأبقار ووضعهم في هاي المنطقة، منطقة قريبة من بئر مياه أساسي. قطع المياه أول شيء عن القرية، وبعدين شبك له مياه، بيستخدم المياه الموجودة اللي بيستغلوها الناس والمزارعين. كمان شبك له كهرباء كمان من المجلس. اللي صار ب 23/7 إنهم أشعلوا النار في السهل. كان في موثق حسب توثيقاتنا احنا انه المستوطنين اشعلوا النار في السهل. هجمت الناس انها تخمد النيران، تدافع عن المحصول. كانوا المستوطنين مسلحين، في 3 مستوطنين، وقلنا في عندنا توثيقات بالفيديوهات. كيف تصرفوا، أطلقوا النار بالهواء، منعوا الناس تخمد النيران. صار في احتكاك بين الناس والمواطنين. فأحد المستوطنين كان عنيف، يعني يعتدي على الناس بعنف، يطلق النار على الأرجل بالهواء. وأدى في النهاية إلى استشهاد طفل عمره 16 سنة. وكمان شاب عمره 19 سنة. تم إطلاق النار عليهم من قبل المستوطنين رغم وجود الجيش في الموقع. منعوا المركبات الإطفاء التابعة للبلدية إنها تخمد النيران. منعوا التراكتورات الزراعية اللي وصلت عشان تدافع، انها تخمد، يعني يعملوا حراسة للمحصول عشان ما يمتدش ويتوسع النيران في المحصول. لكن للأسف إن المستوطنين كان في تواجد تقريبا 80 مستوطن أجوا من البؤرة الاستيطانية، هجموا على المواطنين اللي كانوا موجودين بالسهل. اعتدوا عليهم بالضرب، برش غاز الفلفل، إطلاق نار.
فيني أترجم الله يا
وأفضل
محمد؟
موضوع عن
في معلومات كتير حكايات مهمة. Just if he wants to give an example of a recent attack that happened on the 23rd of this month in a village called Beit Furik. And so there is an outpost in that area between 3 villages, يعني ما بين 3 قرى، مش هيك؟
صحيح.
And that's basically the outpost was in a village called Salem, which is also close to Beit Furik and a couple more villages. And these people in the villages, they farm. There's a valley in that area, and they farm. They use it to farm wheat, and this wheat is used for different reasons, including animal feed. So the settlers attacked this field. They started a fire. Of course, they were all armed, and when the people, the farmers, tried to put off the fire, tried to save the crops, they were attacked aggressively and violently by those settlers. And of course, the settlers, when they come, they take control over water access. So there is like a central well for the 3 villages. They took that water supply and they diverted the water to their outposts so that people in the villages could no longer have access to that water. And not only that, they started using the electricity from the electricity, I guess, the distribution for the villages. So they steal the electricity, they steal the water, they burn the fields, and they prevent the families and the farmers from saving their crops. And this is very systemic. This happens over and over again. محمد تفضل. اتفضل كمان، يعني انه اذا ممكن نختتم
وفي
خلال.
النهاية
تفضل.
نختتم بالحالة الأخيرة اللي صارت بقرية تل. كمان ب24/7 كان في 20 مستوطن دخلوا القرية، حاولوا يعتدوا على الأملاك والممتلكات المواطنين. كان جزء كبير من هذول المستوطنين مسلحين حسب الرواية والادعاء الإسرائيلي أنه في حدود بقى المستوطنين خلال وجودهم في أطراف البلد، تم اعتراضهم من أهالي البلد. صار احتكاك بينهم. في خلال العراق آه، صار في إطلاق نار من المستوطنين، اعتدوا على الناس. حضروا حراس مستوطنة حفاد جلعاد، هاي من الجهة الغربية لقرية تل. أطلقوا النار بشكل كثيف على الناس، اعتدوا عليهم. صار عراك بينهم وبين المواطنين. حاول بعض الأشخاص إنه يدافع عن الناس اللي موجودين، فأمسك السلاح من إيد المستوطن وأطلق النار على الموجودين. يعني سلاحه أصلا سلاح مستوطنين مش سلاح فلسطيني. ففي هاي اللحظة إنه المستوطنين، أحد من المستوطنين أطلق النار بشكل عشوائي وقتل 4 أشخاص فلسطينيين، جميعهم متزوجين، وأصاب تقريبا 4. كمان في نفس الحدث انقتل 2 أشخاص، 2 من المستوطنين. بس الجيش الإسرائيلي أحكى إنه واحد منهم جندي، قائد سرية 411 في المدفعية، وحارس أمن مستوطنة حفاد جلعاد. قتلوا في قرية صباحا. على إثر هاي الأحداث أغلقوا نابلس. حاليا أنا حاليا ما بقدر أطلع خارج المدينة. جميع الحواجز والبوابات مغلقة، شددوا الحصار بشكل كبير. في تصريحات بعد هذا الحادث من قبل الإسرائيليين، في تحريضات من المستوطنين بشكل كبير على الفلسطينيين. توسيع الاستيطان من سموتريتش، بيطالب بتوسيع مستوطنة عيلي ل3 أضعاف. بن غفير بيطالب بعودة الاغتيالات في الضفة الغربية. كمان حتى نتنياهو رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي طالب إنه يتم معاقبة حسب ادعائه الإرهابيين اللي هم الفلسطينيين، والسيطرة على السلاح في القرى الفلسطينية، علما انه ما في يعني زي ادعاءاتهم انه في سلاح بالقرى الفلسطينية. المستوطنين هم بيعتدوا، بيدخلوا على المناطق، مناطق السيطرة
مم.
الفلسطينية، بقتلوا، بحرقوا،
تمام.
بنهبوا بدون مساءلة، بدون محاسبة، وجميع بفلتوا من العقاب.
اوكي، شكرا يا محمد. هلا اكيد كمان مراد ممكن يعطينا يعني النبذه الشامله كمان للوضع بالضفه. So he wanted to close with what happened recently until 2 days ago. We've seen it on the news, like the four men from the same family, the young fathers, that they were all killed. So, villages are getting attacked systemically. Like this time, actually, there was a captain from the IOF plus I guess the security guard for one of the nearby settlements. They participated in this attack on the village. And so the attack is really around forcing people to be displaced. Like they want the land, they want to kick people out, and they usually attack their property, their homes, the people themselves, and they're violent and aggressive. So in this particular case, the men of the village, they came together to defend their families, their land, and their properties. And things escalated and became violent, which led to one of the men on the Palestinian side, as he was being hit by the settler. He ended up grabbing his weapon, and actually it hasn't been confirmed yet, but the Israelis are saying that this man killed an Israeli, and this Israeli person who is actually the aggressor. But this actually has not been confirmed 100%. So the settlers started shooting randomly, and then they killed these 4 men. As a result of this, of course, Israel takes every opportunity to escalate. They blockaded Nablus. Nablus is still under blockade. And Muhammad lives there. He can't exit. He can't leave. And if he left, he can't go back. There's like five or six checkpoints around Nablus. On a good day, there's like a pileup of cars, before you get in. So now it's completely blocked. And we've seen statements from Smotrich calling for the expansion. Ben-Gvir asking for the return of the assassination policy, as if they ever stopped these assassinations. And then Benjamin Netanyahu calling for the expansion of the settlements. And they consider settlements as protection, but in reality, it's really the elimination and annihilation of Palestinian communities and the genocide of the Palestinians right now, really centered around the villages, but we know what that means. It means it's going to spread to cities and elsewhere. شكرا كثير يا محمد. يعني زورنا كل أسبوع
أنا بدي أحكي لكم شغلة بس سريعة.
تفضل
السلام
بشار.
عليكم. طبعا أنا على حاجز عورتة.
أوكي.
أنا على حاجز عورتة حاليا.
أوكي.
في نقل حالة مرضية. إغلاق البوابات طبعا ممنوع إنه ندخل على المدينة في أريحية. تم حصارنا هسه. إغلاق البوابة، دخلونا المنطقة هان وغلقوا البوابات. طبعا تجديد على كل شيء، حالات مرضية على كل شيء. منذ يومين تقريبا حصار كامل على المدينة، ممنوع إنك تنقل حالات مرضية ولا تسوي أي شيء.
هلا أنت بس
طبعا
اللي
الصورة
عم
قدامكم.
تصور، ولا السيارة الثانية كمان إسعاف، ولا بس سيارتك إسعاف؟
إسعاف. لا
واللي قبالك
لا، هي
إسعاف؟
جيش اللي قدامي.
جيش. أوكي.
جيش مش مخلينا نمرق حتى الآن، لحتى ياخذوا الموافقة من إدارتهم إنه الإسعاف يمر حاليا.
أوكي. طيب Bashar is
يعني
a first responder. He's actually in his ambulance trying to transport somebody for medical reasons, trying to get into Nablus. This happens to be one of the famous checkpoints in a village called Awarta. Of course, as you see in his view, it's completely blockaded. They're not letting him pass. So there's a patient in the ambulance and they're stuck behind this checkpoint. تفضل يا بشار. قديش صار لك واقف؟
طبعا احنا تقريبا نص ساعة. قبل هيك انا كنت بتصل عليكم اني رايح على حالي كمان. لفينا لفة طويلة حتى نوصل للمدينة، ولكن برضو في اغلاقات وفي بوابات مغلقة. طبعا اذا بدك توصل حالة اللي كانت تقعد معنا تقريبا 3 ساعة، اليوم تقعد ساعة حتى توصل للمستشفى. وهي معاناة كبيرة اصبحنا يعني بنتعرض لها احنا، سيارات الاسعاف والطواقم اللي في الميدان. طبعا هي بجوز اخذوا موافقة يفتحوا لنا البوابة، مش عارف يعني. هي بننتظر. خليكم معنا وحقطع معكم.
طيب دير بالك.
خلي الصورة موجودة.
اوكي، خليها على الصورة. بدي اعمل لك بين. Okay, so he's been stuck behind this checkpoint for about 30 minutes. Of course, to get to the checkpoint, he has to go through like multiple detours because there's no straight line that allows him to travel anymore. He says that what usually takes about 20 minutes, a trip that takes 20 minutes is now taking well over an hour. And it's really because everything is blocked. So you have to kind of go through like side roads and navigate to get to a hospital. And you see the IOF members kind of deliberating. That white vehicle there, I thought it was an ambulance, but it's actually an army vehicle. And they're just standing there, not allowing an ambulance to go through. Yeah. بشار يعطيك ألف عافية. نرجع لك. خلينا نشوف مراد ونرجع لك. لحظة يا مراد. بس
مرحبا.
خليني أحطك بالصورة دقيقة بس أقيم. وينك يا بشار؟
بدي يفتح لكم باب. جهز هويتك إذا بده يطلب هوية. هويتك وين؟ أنا معي.
تفضل يا مراد.
مرحبا ميسا، مرحبا للجميع. أنا مراد جدالله من فريق البحث الميداني في مركز التطبيق للقانون الدولي. إحنا يعني بشكل شخصي يعني كلياتنا الناس بيشتغلوا في البحث آه، الوضع في الضفة الغربية اليوم بيشهد يعني إبادة حقيقية. يعني هي مش إبادة مستترة ولا هي إبادة ناعمة، لا هي إبادة. يعني مش على غرار الإبادة في غزة، ولكن الأدوات مختلفة، ولكن المسمى بالنسبة لنا هو إبادة. الهدف واضح بالنسبة لكل الممارسات الإسرائيلية، وهو ترحيل الفلسطينيين عن أرضهم في الضفة الغربية. وهذا ما أعلن انه اليوم وزير الدفاع الاسرائيلي يعني بيحكي انه بشكل واضح انه احنا راح نقوم بتهجير بعض القرى الفلسطينيه. هذا يعني هذا تصريح واضح انه الهدف هو ترانسفير، والهدف هو اباده.
أترجم محمد؟
انا بس بحب اسمع منكم عن ايش بتحبوا تسمعوا. يعني هل
أوكي،
احنا بدنا نحكي عن الاستيطان؟ هل احنا بدنا نحكي عن كل ما يجري في الضفه الغربيه؟
تفضل. أوكي. سؤال مهم. احنا first of all محمد شكرا لك. محمد comes to us also from the Center for Applying Human Rights Law or International Law, sorry, and his expertise is in research and
مراد
documentation.
ميسا.
حكيت محمد؟ أسفة. مراد Jadallah, who lives in Ramallah. We met yesterday actually in person, and he was sharing with me the work that they've been doing around documentation of human rights violations. What he is saying is that what's happening in the West Bank is genocide. There's no other way to describe it. It's genocide. It's not the same as what's happening in Gaza. It's not the constant bombardment, but it is actually genocide that is aiming at the full displacement of the Palestinian community, mainly villages, and turning Palestinians or turning all the territory into cantons that are choked and controlled by the settlers. You want to call them settlers, you want to call them criminals. Somebody mentioned the word paramilitary, and it's a full-on genocide. So the way we should describe the situation in the West Bank, it's a genocide. And we're seeing the escalation in violence, and we're seeing the attack on facilities, the attack on access to health, access to roads, access to water, access to everything, all the vital services, and access to even fuel. There's no gas in the West Bank right now. People have no gas to put in their cars. So if it's not gas, it's natural gas in the winter. If not gas, or water, you name it. So there's like a shortage of everything, and it's systemic, and it's consistent and unrelenting. And the reason for that is that they want Palestinians to leave their land so that the settlers or those thugs, those criminals can take over the land and displace Palestinians, and turn them into displaced communities like what happened in Gaza. مراد، نحن مؤسسة طبية. المؤسسة الطبية يعني هدفنا إنه نحرك القطاع الصحي العالمي على أساس يلعب دور في عملية الأدفوكسي، عملية التغيير السياسات الدولية، يعني إذا بنقدر. فأي شيء ممكن تشرح لنا إياه إنه يساعد القطاع الطبي إنه يتحرك. شو أنواع الأكشن أو النشاطات اللي ممكن تقترحها علينا، طبعا مع تعطينا شوية معلومات عن الوضع اللي ممكن تساعدنا نفهم أكثر شو اللي عم بيصير. نضال، are you back؟
يا أهلا وسهلا.
هلا.
احنا مؤسسة طبية هدف معمولي لمحاربة الإبادة، فيعني هذا تقريبا تخصصنا، وبدنا منك شو النصائح، كيف ممكن نساعد أكثر، كيف ممكن نكون فاعلين أكثر.
تمام. لا انا بس انا يعني طيب انا بدي احكي لكم يعني هيك نسوي شويه كونتكست للاشياء اللي بتصير. يعني بمعنى مساحه الضفه الغربيه بعد، يعني احنا بنعرف انه بس مساحه الضفه الغربيه اللي هي ما يسمى بحدود 67، هي تشكل في المجموع 5500 كيلومتر مربع. 60% من هاي المساحة هي مصنفة حسب اتفاقية أوسلو مناطق جيم، بمعنى انه احنا فقدنا اكثر من النص من هاي المساحه كمناطق جيم، اللي هي خاضعه للسيطره الاسرائيليه الامنيه والاداريه اللي بمنع في.
مراد، Did we lose him, or is it me? Is it my connection or his connection?
No, I think we lost him. It's okay. We'll wait on him when he comes back.
He was saying something about the area C as a proportion of the entire area after 1976, which is actually the majority of the land that's Israel is trying to capture and steal from the Palestinian. And so this is actually the villages. This is where the villages are in these areas. So you take that and then you completely cancel any form of farming in Palestine. So you completely cancel any form of food security in Palestine. Palestinians are farmers. This is who we are. And that's تفضل. Yeah.
مش بس هيك انه يعني احنا الامن الغذائي تبعنا يتمثل في اراضي سي، سواء كانت الثروه الحيوانيه او الثروه الزراعيه. الابار والمياه الارتوازيه كلها موجوده في مناطق سي، الاماكن التاريخيه والاثريه موجوده في مناطق سي. فاحنا اليوم بنشهد هجمه من قبل سموتريتش وحكومه الاحتلال على كل المناطق التاريخيه اللي موجوده في مناطق سي، اللي عمليا تشكل اكثر من 90% من المواقع التاريخيه الفلسطينيه، بمعنى سلب الروايه الفلسطينيه وطمس الروايه الفلسطينيه واستبدالها بدلالات صهيونيه تلموديه الى اخره. نفس الشيء بالنسبه للثروه المائيه، يعني اليوم لما الفلسطيني
معلومات مهمه بلاش انسى. So in continuation of this idea that, Area C, which is under the control, the military control and the administrative control of the occupation forces, actually constitutes 90% of the historical areas, the areas that have historical resemblance, like, Sebastia, for example, very famous for its history. So, in addition to the food security, it's actually where the water reserves are in Palestine. Area C has all the water, has all the food production, and all the historical significance of Palestine. So what these people are doing, what these Israelis and Smotrich and their thugs are trying to do is not only steal land, it's well beyond that. It's actually to steal the Palestinian narrative, the Palestinian story, to destroy the historical evidence of ever having a Palestinian culture or identity, and replace it with Zionist Talmudic symbols. And these outposts are there to maximize the theft, maximize this stealing of land and history and identity of Palestinians. تفضل يا مراد.
يعني إسرائيل نجحت من 67 لليوم أو بداية الاستيطان في الضفة الغربية اللي كان ما بداية السبعينات، إن تجعل العدد يقفز سنويا، يعني بحدود 20-30 ألف من فترة 74 لل 85 لبداية الانتفاضة. مع اتفاق أوسلو صار الارتفاع يصل لأعداد مهولة جدا، يعني تضاعف الاستيطان في الضفة الغربية لدرجة أن اليوم في عندنا مليون مستوطن موجودين في داخل الضفة الغربية. هذول المليون مستوطن قاعدين على 10% من مساحة الضفة الغربية، اللي هي بالأغلب بتكون في مناطق سي. الخطير وين والجديد وين؟ إنه الاستيطان الرعوي اللي هو بقوم على فكرة الميليشيات الصغيرة اللي هي مدربة مسلحة مزودة بكل الأدوات والمعدات وعندها كل الخرائط والمعلومات عن الأراضي. يعني عمليا بصير في تنسيق عالي جدا بين ميليشيات المستوطنين زائد الإدارة المدنية زائد الجيش والشرطة. على رأس الإدارة المدنية اليوم يقف سموتريتش، مش القائد العسكري.
سموتريتش هو لأنه معلومات كتير مهمة وأنا مش عم بكتب فخايفة أنسى. Wow, okay. So this is actually going to scare, it should scare all of us, really, this information that Mourad is sharing. So since the occupation of the West Bank and East Jerusalem, there has been systemic growth in the settlement activity. Basically from 1974 all the way until like the first Intifada, like you would see systemic but smaller scale growth, like about 20,000 more settlers every year. Since the Oslo Agreement, now, like until now, we have over 1 million settlers on Palestinian land in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And so Oslo, which is supposed to bring peace to the Palestinians, it actually brought less peace and more opportunity for the Israelis to steal more land and more resources from the Palestinians. If you live in the West Bank today, you're very familiar with lack of water. For example, in a city like Ramallah, you get water once a week, and the settlers, they get so much of the water because they have access to all the reserves. And so, these, he calls them المجتمعات الرعوية or المستوطنات الرعوية, which I think it means these are settlers that also have herds of cattle. And they're not only well organized, but also they have all the maps, they have all the administrative knowledge of the area, and they're very systemic in how they take over more land, and they're led by no other than Smotrich. So Smotrich is leading all these groups. تفضل يا مراد.
طبعا سموتريتش بوفر، يعني هو بيسهل الاجراءات الاداريه للسيطره على الاراضي، وهو بيساعد في عمليه تغيير القوانين بما يسمح للاسرائيليين بالتملك في اراضي الضفه الغربيه ومناطق سي. ومن جهه ثانيه بن-غفير بيسلح هاي المجموعات، بوفر لها الاسلحه، بوفر لها التدريب، وبوفر لها الغطاء الامني من الشباك ومن الشرطه ومن حرس الحدود.
Okay, so Smotrich provides all the administrative cover. Basically, he changes the rules. He advocates for the expansion of settlers. He's very active in the expansion of settlement activity in the so-called Israeli government. And then Ben-Gvir, on the other hand, provides all the military coverage. And that's why every settler aggression, every settler attack is often accompanied by the IOF. You see them going hand in hand, allowing these pogroms to happen, allowing the settlers to attack Palestinians, allowing them to kill Palestinians and steal land and demolish land and then uproot olive trees and you name it. This is all happening in coordination with the highest levels in the government. And this is also what explains all the real estate shows that we've been seeing in North America, because administratively, Smotrich is making it legal to not only steal land, but own land and sell land. So it's just a very systemic and sick scenario. تفضل.
طيب هلا عشان ما ننتهش كثير في الموضوع، بس نرجع لموضوع انه عمليه الضم، يعني كل هذا الهدف هو بيهدف لضم الضفه الغربيه بدون الاعلان عن الضم، والامثله كثيره وواضحه على الارض. بمعنى ان اليوم الوزارات الاسرائيليه هي المسؤوله عن كل النشاطات الاستيطانيه في الضفه الغربيه. يعني موقع سباستا اليوم يدار من قبل وزاره الاثار الاسرائيليه، مش تحت سلطه الاداره المدنيه اللي هي تابعه لجيش الاحتلال الاسرائيلي، كما تنص على ذلك اتفاقيه جنيف الرابعه. يعني حسب اتفاقيه جنيف الرابعه مفروض انه الجيش هو المسؤول عن المنطقه الواقعه تحت الاحتلال. اليوم لا، اليوم في ذراع مدني تابع للوزارات الإسرائيلية يمارس نشاطاته وسياساته داخل الضفة الغربية. وهذا يعني مسألة واحدة بس، هذا يعني أن عملية الضم تجري على قدم وساق بدون الإعلان.
So what this coordination at the highest level of the government really tells us is that Israel is implementing its plan to annex the West Bank without calling it annexation, but they're actually, in reality, this is exactly what's happening. One example is a city called Sebastia. If you actually Google Sebastia, it's one of the most historical cities in Palestine, and it holds it holds artifacts and ruins from the Romans, even before the Romans. And so it's a very historical and very significant part of the Palestinian identity. According to the Oslo Agreement, according to the Geneva Agreement, so many agreements, you can't actually keep track unless you're a lawyer like Mourad. It should be, it's a city under, or it's a village under occupation. So effectively, it should be governed by the military, because it happens to fall in an area C that, according to Oslo, is under the control of the military forces. However,
I think
the city,
Sebastian is area B, Maisa, not C.
area B.
جزء منها بي وجزء منها سي، صحيح.
اوكي.
Yeah.
اوكي.
بس ما هو يعني كل الارض المحتله هي تحت مسؤوليه الاحتلال.
Exactly.
كل الارض المحتله.
Yeah. So, but what's happening is that it is being managed by the Ministry of آثار. إيش آثار يعني?
Archaeology يعني.
Archaeology. The Ministry of Archaeology. So basically, this blending of the administrative oversight is indicating that they are really folding the West Bank into the governance system, which means that the annexation is actually happening without it being called annexation. So they're doing it bit by bit, piece by piece, village by village, but really effectively, the West Bank is being annexed as we speak. And obviously, no international outcry. Absolutely not. Yeah.
Just a fun fact about the archaeology piece. So archaeology ministry in Israel, the legal department of the archaeology ministry in Israel is telling the government that if we go and vulture the archaeological, artifacts in the West Bank, this is against international law and is going to get us in more trouble. But Ben Gvir and Smotrich, despite their own legal counsel, is telling them just go and take everything. We don't care. So even the Israeli ministry, I mean, their legal advisor of the Ministry of Archaeology is telling them this is absolutely prohibited international law. This is occupied land. We cannot excavate there. We cannot do anything. And despite this, they are doing it. تفضل مراد.
طيب بس عشان نستكمل الفكره، يعني احنا حكينا انه مساحه الضفه 5500 كيلو متر مربع، 60% منها هي اراضي سي واقعه تحت السيطره الاداريه والامنيه الاسرائيليه. اليوم القدس اللي بنعرفها اللي هي جزء من 67، جزء من الاراضي المحتله في 67، اصبحت 7 مرات اكبر من ما كانت عليه في عام 67. والقدس كما نعلم تم سن قانون في الكنيست في سنه 1981 بضم مدينه القدس، بمعنى ان عمليه الضم ما اقتصرت على القدس كما كانت عليه في العام 67، بل الضم يعني اعتبار ان القدس هي العاصمه الابديه والموحده لاسرائيل هي 7 أضعاف حجمها في العام 67. وهذا بوصلنا على عمليه القضم المستمر للضفه الغربيه. هلا وين نوصل في هذا الموضوع؟ نصل للاستيطان الرعوي، بس بدي اعطيك فرصه ترجمه ميسا.
اوكي، هلا قلت لي مساحه الضفه قديش؟ 55,000
5500 كيلو متر مربع. 60% منها هي مناطق سي اللي تحت السيطره الاداريه والامنيه الاسرائيليه. القدس جزء من ال 67. القدس اليوم 7 مرات اكبر مما كانت عليه في ال 67 وتم ضمها لاسرائيل.
اوكي، والقدس سي بي ولا شو تصنيفها؟
لا القدس كلياتها هي حسب القانون اللي سنه الكنيست في ال 81 هي العاصمه الابديه والموحده لاسرائيل، يعني القدس الشرقيه والغربيه.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So the surface of the West Bank is 5,500 square kilometers. And
5,500.
Yeah, 5,500 or 5,500. 5,500. And 60% of that is Area C, which is under the administrative and the military control of the Israelis. And of course, settlements started in that area. And when you look at the city of Jerusalem, it's already been annexed and is considered the united capital for the state of Israel. But when you look at what was actually taking over, what was called Jerusalem in 1967, compared to what Jerusalem is now, the settlement expansion of Jerusalem is tens of times greater than what used to be called Jerusalem in 1967. So the expansion is not just what was on the map, but the expansion continues to be systemic, and the settlement activity allows this expansion to happen. تفضل.
طيب أنا يعني المسألة الأخيرة اللي بنوصل لها هي مسألة الاستيطان الرعوي. ليش هذا الاستيطان الرعوي هو خطير جدا؟
ايش
لأن
يعني
احنا
الاستيطان الرعوي؟ يعني اللي معهم غنم يعني؟
لا، هم هذول الميليشيات الإرهابية اللي منتشرة في كل تلال الضفة الغربية، من شمال الضفة الغربية إلى جنوب الضفة الغربية.
هن الاوت
هذول
بوست بلشوا.
بالضبط. هذول تقريبا 200 مستوطنة، يعني بؤرة استيطانية جديدة تم استحداثها بعد 7 أكتوبر، 200 موجودة في كل الضفة الغربية، يعني من أقصى الجنوب إلى أقصى شمال الضفة الغربية. هذول اليوم يعني نجحوا في السيطرة على مجموع أراضي في الضفة الغربية أكثر من كل الاستيطان اللي صار من 67 لليوم.
Okay. Since October 2023, there has been, of course, an increase in the settlement activity, and the new pattern has become the systemic building of outposts. So since October 2023, there has been a total of 200 new outposts, and these continue to grow actually. And now there's like a call to major expansion in this. And so the area under the control of these outposts is far greater than all the settlements that were built since 1967. So this is just in the last 2.5 years. تفضل.
بالضبط. هلا من 7 أكتوبر لليوم قوات الاحتلال قتلت أكثر من 1300 فلسطيني، تقريبا 1300 فلسطيني إذا أنا مش غلطان، في الضفة الغربية. طبعا وقامت قوات الاحتلال بتدمير المخيمات الفلسطينية في شمال الضفة الغربية. ليش تم تدمير هاي المخيمات؟ لأنها هي بتشكل رمز لحق العودة، لأن هذا جزء من الهجمة الإسرائيلية على منظمة الأونروا. ولكن الأهم من هيك انه تم تدمير المخيمات وتهجير سكانها في شمال الضفه الغربيه تمهيدا لعوده الاستيطان في شمال الضفه الغربيه، تحديدا حوالين مدينه نابلس وطول كرم. والاسرائيليين اقروا عوده 34 مستوطنه، هذول المستوطنات اللي انسحبوا منها في 2005 بدهم يرجعوا ينشئوا نفس هذه المستوطنات، وبدهم يضيفوا عليها ليصبح العدد 34 مستوطنه في شمال الضفه الغربيه. هذا بيعني انه تم تقطيع اواصر الضفه الغربيه، صار في عزل تام، تحولنا لكانتونات، كانتون في الشمال، كانتون في الوسط، وكانتون في الجنوب. وهذا يعني هذا هو تطبيق، يعني هذا هو الابارتهايد.
هذا هو الابارتهايد، وهذا هو خنق الناس عن كل الموارد
طبعا
الحياة.
طبعا يعني هذا
مش مفهوم كتير.
هذا مش
النت عندك بيقطع يا مراد، خليني أترجم. So one of the other things that we've been following closely, of course, is the attack on the refugee camps in Palestine. This attack on the refugee camps has two functions. First function is to cancel the idea of the right of return and the significance of UNRWA and the international protection that comes with that, because UNRWA's mandate is to protect that right of return and provide the services in the interim. And of course, that doesn't align with the expansionist philosophy of Israel. The other function of attacking and displacing the refugee camp communities is because there has been 34 settlements that have been kind of dismantled in 2005 as part of the so-called peace negotiations, and the Israelis want these back. They want to rebuild them, and they want to rebuild them in those areas of the refugee camps, and they're concentrated in the north of West Bank, which is Nablus, Tulkarem, Jenin. And so what's effectively going to happen is that they are going to split the West Bank into cantons surrounded by violent settlements, leaving the people under constant threat but also like removing access to water, removing access to resources, removing access to land. Like we talked about, removing food security, water security, water sovereignty, access to land, access to mobility, right? Right now, there is no freedom of mobility. Like I can't go to Nablus to see my brother. My brother can't come see me. Like you've seen the ambulance stuck for 30 minutes behind a checkpoint. So when you think about what that means for a healthcare system, it's a total collapse of healthcare because you're creating the conditions that are going to make life harder and harder, but also attacking the healthcare itself. مراد خلينا نختم إذا في عندك
آخر ملاحظة بس بدي أحكيها فيما يتعلق في عنف المستوطنين. يعني حكينا أن تدمير المخيمات كان بيهدف لتسهيل عودة الاستيطان وتأمين عودة الاستيطان، وهذا بيعني أن هذا جزء من استراتيجية عسكرية. المسألة الثانية أن المستوطنين، الميليشيات المستوطنين من 7 أكتوبر لليوم نجحت في تهجير 120 تجمع بدوي فلسطيني موجود في مناطق سي ودفعهم باتجاه مناطق بي، بمعنى تفريغ مناطق سي من التواجد الفلسطيني. وهذا تخلل عنف يعني متعدد الأنواع، بيشمل القتل. المستوطنين قتلوا أكثر من 38 فلسطيني من 7 أكتوبر لليوم. بيشمل العنف الجنسي اللي استخدموه المستوطنين ضد الفلسطينيين العزل في سواء كان في التجمعات البدوية أو غيرها، وبالإضافة لكل الأشياء اللي حكاها زميلي محمد، من حرق للمدارس، من حرق للجوامع، من حرق للبيوت، قتل للناس داخل بيوتها إلى آخره، إشعال النيران في الأراضي الزراعية. يعني كل أنواع الإرهاب تم استخدامها من المستوطنين بما فيها العنف الجنسي. والمستوطنين حكوا لنا الفلسطينية ان انتم بتعرفوش ان احنا صرنا مجانين. يعني هو بده يبرر هذا بالجنون.
Wow. Okay, so the other really important part to remember is that بس بضلني أنسى الأرقام that they completely emptied out of Area C. There's been like Bedouin 120 communities that are Bedouin communities typically in the south of Palestine, and they are in Area C. So they completely emptied them. There's been, since October 23, a total of 38 people killed, but also the attacks include more than just the killing. There's violence in different shapes or forms, including sexual violence that's documented against these Bedouin communities to force them from areas C to areas B. And so that leaves the room for more settlements to grow. And he said that it's been documented that when these settlers attack the communities, the Palestinian communities, they tell them, don't you know that we're now crazy? Like they actually admit that they're gone completely crazy and aggressive, and as if that's the justification for that assault on people. تفضل.
يعني أنا هون يعني بدي أنهي بأنه الهدف الإسرائيلي هو لا زال من اليوم الأول هو هدف استعماري كولونيالي إحلالي يهدف إلى طرد الفلسطينيين من أراضيهم. هذا المشروع مستمر بطرق مختلفة بأدوات مختلفة في غزة وفي الضفة الغربية، لم يتوقف في يوم واحد، ولكن هم بيوظفوا كل المقاومة الفلسطينية بمختلف أشكالها لتبرير الهجوم على الفلسطينيين لدفعهم إلى الترحيل. وواضح أنه يعني من اليوم الأول هم أدركوا أنه الخطأ اللي ارتكبوه في 48 بمعنى عدم إنجاز مهمة التطهير العرقي والإثنيك كلينزينج بدهم يستكملوها. فمن اليوم الأول إسرائيل أقيمت وأنشئت على جرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية، وإسرائيل تعلم جيدا أن وجودها لا يمكن أن يكون مقبول في هذه المنطقة، فبالتالي هي تلجأ إلى جرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية، وهي آمنة من أي محاسبة وأي مساءلة، وبالعكس يعني هي تحظى بالدعم أوروبي ومن بعض الدول الأفريقية ومن بعض الدول الآسيوية من معظم العالم يعني. يعني في اكثر من 60 دوله دعمت اسرائيل في حربها على غزه،
صحيح.
سواء بشكل مباشر او غير مباشر.
صحيح. Okay, so in conclusion, Mourad wants to remind everybody that the entire project of Israel is a settler colonial project. So Israel was built on the basis of ethnic cleansing. And a lot of Israelis actually have said this publicly, that their one mistake was not to finish that ethnic cleansing, that they allowed some Palestinians to remain in Palestine and that they didn't kick them all out into the sea or whatever racist rhetoric they say. And so since 1948 and all the years until now, that everything we see is an extension of a philosophy of settler colonialism that aims to empty the land from its people and take over the land and expand. It's an expansionist ideology, and what we're seeing is just the conclusion of that ideology. It's we shouldn't be surprised. What we should be surprised by is how complicity continues and how we're allowing this to continue in front of all of our eyes, And what Mourad is saying, that the genocide on Gaza was supported by at least 60 countries. 60 countries provided not only political and diplomatic cover, but material support through military support and others. And that doesn't only include the US and the UK and Canada. It includes some other countries, including African countries, India. And so مراد شكرا كثير، يعطيك العافية، نشوفك المرة الجاية إن شاء الله. And definitely this is something that we must confront. The biggest issue is that complicity and the impunity that is allowing Israel to maintain its status and maintain its insistence on committing these crimes and committing genocide under, before our eyes. شكرا كثير لك يا
شكرا
مراد.
مراد، يعطيك العافية، الله يحميكم. مش سامعينك مراد.
بحكي لنا.
شكرا لكم، شكرا على الاستضافه.
الله يخليك،
شكرا
تعال كل
على...
اسبوع احكي لنا شو بصير معكم، بدنا
ان شاء
ابديت.
الله الاسبوع الجاي ان شاء الله بفضي حالي اكثر.
ان شاء الله بالاسبوع الجاي. اهلين.
يلا يعطيكم العافيه، شكرا
الله
كثير.
يعافيك.
شكرا
في عندنا
محمد،
الاستاذ
شكرا.
محمد دراغمي وفي عندنا الدكتورة نادرة.
اوكي تمام، نبلش
مستعجل
محمد.
اكثر يا جماعة. يا تفضل محمد، اهلا وسهلا.
English or Arabic?
إذا English بكون أحسن لأني تعبت من ترجمة.
Okay. Okay, big relief. Yeah.
Can
Good
introduce
evening,
him,
everybody.
Maisa? Introduce Muhammad, Ustad Muhammad.
Muhammad Daragme, I was introduced to Muhammad by a dear friend of mine. He's one of the well-known journalistic figures in Palestine. So he comes to us with a lot of depth and understanding of the situation. And تفضل عرفنا على حالك أكثر بجوز أنا ما عرفتك منيح.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. My name is Mohammed Daragme. I'm a Palestinian journalist based in Ramallah. I'm the bureau chief of Sharq Bloomberg. Sharq Bloomberg is a pan-Arab news organization based in Riyadh. We are covering West Bank, Gaza, and Israel. So we covered the war on Gaza, the war on West Bank, and we cover the political development in Israel. So these three areas are definitely interconnected. If we notice that from day one of this war on Gaza, there was a parallel one in West Bank. In Gaza, it was a genocidal war, consensus among human rights organizations all over the world that it was genocidal, ethnic cleansing, etc. In West Bank, it was political, ethnic cleansing war. From day one, the Israelis have cut off connection between cities and communities, erected more than 1,000 of checkpoints and roadblocks all over West Bank, and started military operations. We've seen the results in Jenin refugee camp, Nur Shams, Tul Karm refugee camps. Recently, and during that, as Mourad said, the Israeli government used the militias, the settler militias, for daily attacks on Palestinians. The Israeli human rights reports, particularly Peace Now and Kerem Nabot, said, as Mourad said, 118 community were displaced. 118 Palestinian Bedouin community were displaced and replaced by settlers. So we have seen the Israeli government using the settlement militias in driving the Palestinians out of the rural areas, displacing them and replacing them by settlers who built hundreds of outposts. The overall outposts now, according to the Israeli statistics, in West Bank, 365. From last Friday until now, another 4 were built. So we have almost 370 outposts. We have 167 Israeli settlements, and this government endorsed the rebuilding of 103 settlements. So as a journalist, when I look at the landscape in West Bank now, it is Israeli landscape, and it is not dots of settlements. No, it's a landscape dots by Palestinian communities. So Palestinian communities are disconnected. Recently, from Friday, we have noticed a transforming in the Israeli settlement or settler attacks on Palestinians. That comes in parallel with the Israeli government and Israeli military measures on the ground. So today, for an example, it was not easy for anyone to move from a city or a community to another. We have in our coverage as media, today we were tracking Palestinians who were trying to leave Ramallah to Nablus. They couldn't, basically. They started from Kalandia checkpoint is blocked. Al-Jaba checkpoint is blocked. Ain Sinia is blocked. DCO1 is blocked. If all of the checkpoints either were blocked or they were suffocated with cars. We have seen lines of hundreds of cars lining, queuing behind these checkpoints, trying to leave. Today, Palestinians are back to baby deliveries on checkpoint. 2 women delivered their babies on checkpoints, according to one of the human rights organization today in Nablus, basically because they didn't have access to the city, to hospitals. So this is part of the Israeli military pressure on Palestinians. We have heard today statements from Israeli officials like the defense minister, Israel Katz, Netanyahu, and others who were saying that they are going to demolish villages the way they demolished the refugee camps, the North and West Bank refugee camp, Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nur Shams. So we expect them to do more, particularly in the coming few months, where Israel is seeing election and campaigning, and most of the Israeli election campaigns come on the expense of the blood and the suffering of the Palestinians. So basically, the change in the Israeli policy that we have seen from Friday until today sparked discussions even in the Israeli society themselves. I've been tracking the Israeli conversation over the new measures. So many writers today were saying to the Israeli government, look, guys, what happened until that the settlers are the ones who attacked the Palestinians. There was no attack from the Palestinians on settlements. The settlers attacked the Palestinians. One of the Palestinians wrestled a rifle out from a settler, and they were shooting. We don't know exactly who shot whom, but assuming that the Palestinian wrestled out this rifle and shot back, it was in his home. He was defending himself. So basically, although the settlers were the attackers, the Israeli government are saying it's a terrorist attack from the Palestinian side, and we are going to do this and that, to the degree that they are going to displace communities and to demolish entire villages for what they called a terrorist attack, although I've seen too many Israeli politicians, reporters saying this is Jewish terrorism, not Palestinian terrorism. Basically, the settlers are the ones who attack the Palestinians. They are the ones who should be punished, not the Palestinians. But the government doesn't see, doesn't listen. Only it has a plan, the plan. And today I've noticed that some Israeli voices are warning Israel from going that far in ethnic cleansing the Palestinians and building the apartheid, saying one of the prominent writers, and he was a candidate in the Democrats primaries, said basically Israel will be declared by the international community as terrorism supporter state. Another writer who is Michael Milstein, said basically you are building apartheid, you are supporting the narrative of the BDS. So basically these practices are going to draw more punitive measures from the world against Israel. So there is serious conversation in the Israeli society, but this government is insisting on implementing what they call a Smotrich plan, Smotrich project, which is, he called it decisive victory. He is using this 4 years mandate for his government to annex most of the West Bank, the rural areas, and implementing 2 systems, one for Israelis discriminating against the Palestinians. Where do we stand now? We are standing in cantonizing West Bank, cutting off communities, impoverishing communities. People, I was born with the Israeli occupation. I never seen the reality that I'm seeing today. The poverty rate is the highest in Gaza or in West Bank. Basically, it is a government policy banning the workers from reaching to their workplaces in Israel, withholding the tax revenues, leaving the Palestinian Authority almost paralyzed, no education, no healthcare, nothing. So, and with the retreat of the international support, so the Palestinian Authority is almost paralyzed, the services almost nothing, and people are struggling to provide food. People are helping each other providing food. The ones who have family in the Gulf, in the United States, here and there, they are begging for food from their family. We don't have a government and social welfare. People are helping each other, waiting for a change with the Israeli election or any change. But this is a government policy displacing and replacing Palestinians, building as much as settlement as they can. And it's clear that they are trying to drive the Palestinians outside the country, but Palestinians will never leave. Where is to leave? If you, as journalists, we interview people, we ask them, it is not on their agenda. It is not on even in their thinking, because there is who is willing to leave to Jordan, for example, to beg for a dish of lentil soup by the UNRWA. No. People are not going to leave this country, but they are going to suffer. They are suffering, and they are going to suffer. It is really ethnic cleansing. It is really political genocidal war in all aspects of life. And I'm here. I work for this joint Arab American news organization, Shark Bloomberg. I'm reporting the news. I'm telling you here the news. It is not political statement. These are facts, and I can be fired if someone track me saying otherwise. So this is the reality that we report every day from the American media or even some Israeli media outlets.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. And how was the reception of this news by the Americans? Bloomberg.
Actually, if you look at the war, there are changes. You know, this war, this is the first time we see these changes in the political spectrum, in the media spectrum. And that is reflected in polls and surveys, public opinion surveys. I'm following, in a way or another, the news in America, and when you see that more than 60% are having negative perception on Israel because of the Israeli policies in West Bank and Gaza. So that reflects a change, and it is across the country, not only among the Democrats, I think.
Yeah. One question we always ask, usually we do it at the end of the webinar, but I think it's helpful to start thinking about it now, is what can the international, health community do? Because our audience is obviously healthcare, mostly healthcare workers, mostly in the North American sphere, but a lot in Europe and other places in the world. And, we try to create calls to action that mobilize healthcare workers. So, what do you think should we do as a community of healthcare workers and advocates to support the people in Palestine? Of course, Sumud is very important, because if people are staying on this land, it's great to tell the story of what's happening, but what else can we do as a healthcare community?
Yes, Palestinians in West Bank and Gaza are in dire need for health care, for health support whatsoever. What can be provided is essential and a matter of life and death. We are reporting news in Gaza. People are dying basically because they haven't the medicine, they haven't access to medical service. In West Bank, the healthcare, the health sector almost collapsed, basically because the Palestinian Authority doesn't have resources to provide chronic diseases with medicine. We reported from the hospitals, shelves are empty, no medicine for even chronic diseases, no medicine at all. So any help concerning providing medicine, providing volunteers, doctors to Gaza, to West Bank, any help can help people survive this war. It is a war, daily war. People are under daily war in West Bank and Gaza. It is not only military, it is undermining the basic necessities for people. So they are targeting the food of the people, the sources of living. People cannot have access to work, cannot have access to their fields to grow crops. They have no access to livestock. 12,000 livestock were stolen by settlers. Some families lost their source of living. So any help on social welfare and healthcare and education would be great for the Palestinians, because it is a matter of daily need.
So I want to thank you, Ustad Muhammad. So please support DAG because the needs are getting more and more. And as you heard, the situation in the West Bank, especially the delivery of healthcare and societal welfare there, is getting worse. So please support DAG so we can support these communities. We are going to expand our work, our reach in the West Bank. We have been focusing on Gaza since, the genocide started, because the need obviously there was much harder. But it seems the situation in the West Bank is getting very dire too. And again, as Mr. Draghi mentioned, we are dealing with a nation that is a collection of thieves, of criminals, war criminals. They stole, the sheep, the livestock of the Palestinians, and they take them and they use them to occupy or to take other people's land in somewhere else. The money, the tax money that is owed to the Palestinians, it is Palestinian money, is about $6 billion. Imagine $6 billion that is owed to the PA, to the Palestinians. This is our money. This is the taxes they should collect on, on their exports. Ben Gvir and Smotrich are holding them, and they are using them to support the settlers, to support programs, to take to take the Palestinians' land. So yes, we need, please, to we're going to put the donation links. We need support, financial support, but also we need to keep the voice of the victims of this genocide loud. We need to keep to push with the narrative. We need to change the narrative, as Mr. Draghi said. The narrative is changing, the tide is turning. The people of the world are all sick of Israel. They're all sick of the Zionist project. They are exposed now. I know the people of Gaza and Palestine burned the whole front of this, but everyone in the world knows how criminal they are. They know their intentions, and they're not even hiding them. They are explicitly coming to the news, their leadership, their media, their settlers, their army, and saying, yes, this is what we are doing. We are committing genocide, and we are not apologizing. So I don't think the people of the world are okay with this. The majority opinion of the whole world is against this, against these crimes, especially when it's using their tax money, tax dollars. But unfortunately, as you all know, our politicians, our institutions are all owned by these Zionist groups, by their interest groups, by their money. There are still many groups that are scared to say the truth. That's why we have to keep the pressure on the politicians, those bought politicians, to be responsible to their people, to the majority of their voters, to stop sending aid and stop this impunity that Israel has been enjoying for more than 100 years. The only reason Israel survived is because of the impunity the West is affording it. Believe it or not, those people are very coward. They will not dare do a thing if the West is not offering them an open check of money, of dollars, of votes, of diplomatic cover, and all these things. One single Palestinian child can drive maybe half of the Israeli population out of Palestine if not for the American weapons and American money. So please support us. Support the community there. Mr. Muhammad is there.
Muhammad left and Mourad left. They both had to leave, but we have Taysir from...
I'm here. Sorry, do you need...
Muhammad. This is Muhammad. The other Muhammad had to leave.
Okay.
شرفنا يا محمد.
الله يخليك، فرصة طيبة.
So the goal now is, as you said, Muhammad, the Poles and the people of the world are sick of this, but their governments unfortunately do not reflect the opinion of the people until now. Although many of them are trying to play both sides or try to issue some empty statements to be responsible to what is happening or to be sensitive to what's happening, but in real action there is no real action. So our goal is to pressure these politicians for real action, not just empty statements, and not just to put sanctions on a settler here or there, because these settlers are not working on their own. They are working with funding, with support from a government called Israel. These monies actually, and also they are working and they're building settlement and they're stealing Palestinians' land with tax deductible money from non-profit organizations all over United States, Canada, and UK. We need to go after those organizations that are supporting settlers illegally, because to our knowledge, non-profit organization tax deductible money should not be used to commit war crimes. So please keep the pressure up, everything we can do to expose their crimes more and to pressure our politicians to do the right thing. استاذ محمد معلش انا شو اسمه طولنا عليك، بس تفضل احكي لنا what else you want us to do. It keeps coming back. Yeah.
I think any help. I don't know exactly what can you provide, but as far as I know, volunteering doctors coming to Gaza Strip, for an example, from all specialties, or to West Bank. Now, the Palestinian hospitals suffer the lack of medicine. The Palestinian Authority has no money to buy the needed medication to the patients all over Palestinian public hospitals in West Bank. And most of the people are relying on public hospitals basically because they are poor and the government doesn't charge much for this service. So basically medication, all kind, including the chronic diseases like cancer and heart disease and other things, they don't have the resources to buy. And if doctors volunteer to come to West Bank and Gaza, that would be great. They are badly needed here. So any medicine, any equipment, any doctors volunteering to do operations and check up, that would be helpful, very helpful.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
We have one more speaker actually from the West Bank. مش عارفة إذا تيسير سمعنا ولا لا. Taysir is from a village near Jenin, but we can always go back to him.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. تيسير تقدر تفتح الكاميرا ولا كيف؟
بقدر.
اوكي. يا ريت تعطينا تقرير بس مختصر لأنه في عنا speakers
Okay,
كتير.
for sure. Just because the first time for me, I'll just short for يعني.
Thank you. You can speak in English.
Yes, of course. Well,
Yes.
I've been medical staff working in the Gulf before, but since 4 years I came and I became as a mayor of our village. Now it's finished some others there. So يعني what I saw this 4 years, I have to be nobody.
What village are you from?
I'm from Anza, Jenin.
Anza. Okay, Anza, Jenin. Okay, Jenin is.
Daily, they are the IDF coming to our village. They used to come with the 3-4 tanks. Now with 1 tank, nobody's doing anything. Nobody throwing stones, nothing. Just I shared a video last week. People going home when they enter the village and they thrown bombs on them for kids, not the people. Actually, they are kids. And before that, since 6 months, the new settler near us, they call it Sanur, near our village. They used to come to our village. There is at the beginning of the village, there is some houses, and there is springs there. And they used to stand there, take photos, and share it with their social media. Actually, we are afraid. Actually, what we are expecting is happening. Before the settlers coming to our village or near the farms in our village, usually the army, the IDF, they are coming and they just cleaning or just watching or just want to see the reaction of the people. And we are expecting, hope so or not, within today, before they entered, just now they entered our village. I'm telling my wife, we should not let the kids go out at this time. I finished my sentence and immediately they called me, the army is there. And we went searching for the kids to take them homes. Actually, we are afraid now what's happening. I'm observing what's happening in Ramallah, near Nablus, all the villages. We are expecting some wars to happen near here. And unfortunately, people are afraid to talk, afraid to go to the media. So I found myself, I have to do something. We have to, whatever will happening is going to happen. We have to do something for the media, the human rights. I feel they will do some things for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, at least
I'm in the group that you're in, and I see, the updates are coming every second. Like every second, there's something happening in a village, in a community. It's just you can't keep up anymore.
Yes.
I've never seen
one more point, since you are related, I think Doctors Against Genocide. So since you are talking about our village here is isolated. So when they enter the building, nobody go anywhere. We have some martyr just few months before. We could not take him anywhere. We don't have even first aid in our village. We are suffering a lot. Luckily
How many people in the village يا تيسير؟
اتفضلي.
قديش عدد السكان؟
عدد السكان حوالي 3000 نسمة.
3,000 people live in that village.
Yeah.
And they have no access to, if somebody gets injured, they can't take them anywhere because they're usually
Yes.
like
I heard also regarding what Mr. Muhammad talking about the medicine belong to the old people, and medicine for even the psychiatric people who could not find it because of the situation here. Before we used to arrange, but most of the people here they are in very bad condition economically. So we are looking for supporting these women in the medicine. And one more thing I want to add it. Now, when I've been a mayor of the village, I used to move even through the army, through the IDF. His mayor, I have something to say. Now, if I will just go like that, I'm afraid that would have an ID to show that I am doing something, yani.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for any community here, so to be a part of that or a member of them, at least to give me idea, either media or human rights or whatever it is.
I understand. Okay,
Yes.
we're happy to share your testimony every week, and you're welcome to join us every week to share what's happening. And then, as Nidal mentioned, we're going to be supporting more and more of the projects in West Bank, and this is why we would like, obviously, to encourage people to donate generously and monthly, so that we can support the communities, inshallah. Shukran, ya Taysir.
I'm happy to be with you, and for your fast response for that.
Yes,
that's
great.
You feel I feel comfortable. يعني people still they are يعني doing something for us.
احنا اولاد البلد.
الله يسلمك. شكرا لك. شكرا لك.
والله ما شاء الله عنك ست تيسير، ما شاء الله. أنا صراحة مبسوط فيك ومبسوط بصوتك وقدرتك، يعني طلاقتك في الحكي وهاي الشغلات. فكثير صوتك كثير مهم لأنه one of the things Israel relies on is that the narrative, they play with the narrative. They are trying to raise our voice, our narrative. So having people like you speak their truth, the full truth without any bias from the Western media is very important. So your voice is more important for us and to help the communities than what we can do ourselves. So inshallah خليك معنا every week. Any updates, any suggestions, anything we can do to help.
واجبنا هذا وإن شاء الله يعني I'm happy for your at least what you are talking to give me a hope that and a support for me. Thank you.
Yeah, inshallah, we are all in this together, and inshallah we will win. I know it sounds very dark, but I'm actually optimistic.
We will. We will.
Very dark, but we will win. It's always darker before the dawn, and we have to believe. If we believe we can beat them, we have to beat them, not out of revenge or anything. Because but we are doing it because this is the truth. This is humanity. This is the basic human rights for everyone. And I think the Palestinian people have the right to their land, to their existence, to their full humanity like anyone else. And no one who just came from Ukraine yesterday or from New York or from anywhere else has more right to the land than a Palestinian who's been there for generations and generations. We know that there are few Israeli voices here and there. I don't know who mentioned that in the comments. But these actually are very negligible, and many of them are just doing a gatekeeping job. So we really do not trust even their voices. But if they really want to help, they know where to go. They know the criminals. They know their politicians. They know their community. They need to work on them and fix their own community, not to come and just hijack our space and play, narrative control on our side. If there is any Israeli who really wants to help, they need to fix their society. This is where the problem is, not to come and play, oh, these are good, nice, oh, look, these are good, nice Israelis. Okay, if there are 5 or 6 or 10 of you, I mean, thank you, but you can keep it and work on your society.
Thank you. And frankly,
and you're not going to whitewash a genocidal society, a genocidal project, a genocidal country just by having 5 good Israelis or 10 good Israelis. If there are more of you, fix your sick, psychopathic, messianic, genocidal society. And anyone who care about you, whether you are in the west or the east or north or south, fix that society. The problem is there. They are the sick people, not us. Don't come on the Palestinian side to choke our space and to hijack it and to whitewash that community or that society. So thank you, Taysir. Stay with us.
شكرا لكم.
keep coming. And now let's go to another genocide, unfortunately. Another genocide. We have another genocide survivor, a Bosnian genocide survivor with us here, Harun. We apologize to Harun. We could not give him the opportunity last week because it was very busy. Unfortunately, it's always busy, Harun, but thank you for making time for coming back. I want to have Dr. Mariam Shitab introduce you. Harun is a survivor of the Bosnian genocide, and as you all know, I think July 31st or July, sometime last week, there was a 31-year anniversary of the Srebrenica massacre. And Harun is one of the people who has a lot of good insights that we can all learn from. I know not all genocides are exactly the same, but there are basic principles, basic, dynamics that the perpetrators use everywhere. And there are certain mechanisms or protections that the victims also can use to help each other, even in other communities. So thank you, Harun. Further, Dr. Mariam. Mariam, go ahead if you want to introduce, please.
Sure. So Harun Mehmedinović, he's a Bosnian-American director, screenwriter, photographer, cinematographer, and a Bosnian genocide and siege of Sarajevo survivor. He went to the UCLA School of Theater, Film, and Television. And his name may be new to you, but I can guarantee that you have actually probably seen some of his work on BBC Earth and National Geographic. If you look up his name, you will actually probably recognize some of that breathtaking photography, as well as some of his documentaries that you may have seen. Thank you, Harun, for being here.
You're welcome. I guess I don't want to take up too much time in discussing too many things, just to keep it focused, because you have many other people that are going to be talking. So I guess the way I can maybe contribute is just to say first that Bosnians have a huge solidarity, obviously, with Palestinians. And this was happening right from the beginning, like at the very beginning of our state. I think the very first week or second week of Bosnia getting its independence, it recognized Palestine right away. And there's reasons for that, like many different reasons. But one is we have history of genocide, obviously, as Bosniaks. There's also a connection, which many people probably there would be aware of, but at times I have to educate the Bosniaks about it, which is that large amounts of Bosniaks went and ended up settling in Palestine, the general area. And I think a lot of them were then pushed out into Jordan, if I'm not mistaken, probably majority. But there's probably Bosniaks that are have some amount of Bosniak ancestry, probably all over Palestine currently. We don't even know all of them because not necessarily all of them remember or have a knowledge of that history. But we do, as Bosnians, have always understood that connection and have always, I think, spoken up for Palestine. And you probably have seen our soccer fans during the World Cup that they were doing these huge, like 30,000 people out in the street chants for Palestine, which is you're not going to typically see something like that. But our fans absolutely are highly aware of what's happening in Palestine and are very supportive. And our team even refused to shake hands with the Israeli team. If you guys ever watched that video of the game that happened between Bosnia and Israel, they refused to actually shake the hands of the Israeli players. So that tells you a lot about Bosnian position, or at least Bosniak position on Palestine. But Gaza is actually the reason why I decided a couple of years ago to depart from a lot of what I was doing, which is in climate, and focus on maybe teaching Bosniaks about their own history that are outside of the region, meaning they often don't speak the language, and that I think the rest of the world could probably learn and be benefited from some really hard lessons that we learned as Bosniaks during our genocide. So I decided to actually go back to Bosnia and go beat by beat, sort of cover the entire genocide, which is only really possible because the amount of sort of ground that it covers and the amount of crimes that it covers is manageable to maybe, even though it is ambitious, it is manageable perhaps at least in 10 years that I think it's going to take to try to mark every single practically crime that we have any information about, so people can get kind of a beat by beat understanding from the very beginning and the roots of this genocide to what happened during the war and then what happened after the war as well, because there were many aspects of genocide that are still with us in Bosnia, and they're in a form of denial and erasure. So even though the mass murders have stopped, all the erasure of the scenes of crimes, the erasure of the mass graves, and inability of Bosniaks to actually, those of you that might not be familiar, but basically there was a Dayton agreement that kind of, I wouldn't say ended Bosnian genocide, but it froze it. It stopped the murders, but it didn't really resolve the situation, and it rewarded essentially 49% of the country to the genocider. And the problem with that is that we now have basically two parts of the country with completely different histories being taught, with completely different upbringing for kids. There's a lot more, I would say, propaganda that's now possible than it necessarily was back in 1991, 1992, when still the propaganda was very powerful. But right now, because everybody's sort of isolated to their own communities, because it's really become, there's that word balkanized. So the problem now is that, at least my fear is that there's probably another genocide coming, and I kind of knew that for a long time, but I'd sort of stepped away from Bosnia for a couple of decades. So now that I've had a chance to go back, I'm seeing all these signs and all these kind of red flags of what may happen in Bosnia again. And Gaza is what really pushed me to say, look, we live in a kind of a horrific time now where you have the entire machinery of everything covering up the genocide as it's happening. And there's a lot of this sort of don't believe your eyes and ears of what's happening, even though we can all see what's happening. I think everybody can. I think you have to be very delusional to believe that there isn't a genocide at this point. But there is a powerful machinery to try to cover it up or to even like make you doubt your mind. I guess it's gaslighting might be the correct term. And there's a lot of that happening in Bosnia. There's a lot of gaslighting happening in Bosnia in the sense of trying to downplay what happened. So what I wanted to do is, for the first time, really go into a lot of those villages across the country and dispel a lot of, I'd say, myths. Like, for example, that genocide only happened in Srebrenica because that's the only one that was ruled by ICTY. I'm going to make a point that really the court itself used a genocide framework that made it practically impossible to even convict half the Nazis during World War II. If you were to apply their ICTY rules to World War II, you would actually let go a lot of the Nazi officials because you just couldn't quite fulfill the long laundry list of things. So I think we need to separate the court decisions from like the reality of things. We know that Bosnia had genocide happen across the entire country, and actually majority of it happened in 92, way before Srebrenica. 3 years before Srebrenica, majority of genocide had happened. So I wanted to actually go in and talk about sort of how those situations came about, all individual crimes, how did those crimes happen, who committed them as best as I can, and sort of the mechanics that went into making them happen. Anything from like how do you execute a genocide, from like having to bring in a bunch of like digging equipment in order to cover up the bodies, or how do you murder that many people. And there's a lot of that is like very perverse, and it's very hard for people to accept because it has an enormous amount of dehumanization, which is very, very difficult to accept. Much as it is, I believe, very difficult to accept dehumanization in Palestine that's happening. It is a little bit in its sort of execution different because obviously here you have mass amount of people being murdered by large bombs, right, that are knocking out sections of Gaza and killing hundreds of people per building at times because they're like stuck in the rubble and dying. In Bosnia, a lot of the genocide was really hands-on, meaning 50,000 rapes. Those were like systematically executed and brutally done. And when you hear the details of them, it's really hard to listen. It's actually very hard for me to read through without like feeling nauseous. And a lot of that sort of like the killing, torture, maiming, all those things was very much hands-on. It was like one-on-one soldiers doing it to other people. So it's very, very hard to digest all that. So I wanted to actually take time and cover as many hundreds, thousands of those as I can so you understand like all the aspects of it, like psychological aspects that go into doing something like that, all the sort of gruesome aspects, because it's important not to, engage in cognitive dissonance. So I wanted to really destroy engagement in cognitive dissonance, which is that every time you hear something, your mind tells you, oh, maybe it wasn't as bad as it seems. Like your mind constantly keeps telling you, oh, it's not so bad, but it is bad. It's actually way worse than you think, way worse. So now I'm wanting to bring every one of those details and also for people to understand that just how diabolical some of it was, because it was often done by people that knew one another, had grown up with one another, went to work with one another. Actually, I've found at least 200 instances, at least, I didn't even keep count, of godfathers, meaning people who are like literally godfathers of somebody in a family murdering them. Like, how does that happen? So it's about understanding like that a lot of it really was people hiding their true intentions and their true selves for a very, very long time and waiting for opportunity to kill. And that is a very difficult part of our genocide for people to understand or to accept the idea that somebody was coming to your house and hanging out with you for years, but really all that time they were thinking they were waiting and biding their time to kill you. It's really hard to understand that, right? And in that sense, it might be a little different than something like Gaza, where there's a lot more separation, right? Like it's not like there's a ton of Israelis living among everybody in Gaza and had been for 50 years now, and then they do it. But it was at the beginning, right? As much as I understand, there were a lot of like, technically refugees, right? Settlers that came over from Europe, and they definitely lied about their intentions. So think of that as being something that happened over like almost a century in Bosnia. So it was very, very hard for Bosniaks who had for years rejected the idea that like what had happened at the beginning of last century was possible to happen again. But that was all about engagement with cognitive dissonance. And I think this engagement with cognitive dissonance is a problem across the board in every genocide, in every situation, because our brain always wants to think there's no way other people can view me as less worthy than an ant. It's very hard for me to accept that somebody has conspired against me for decades, all those kinds of things. And it's very also hard for you to believe that they'd be willing to do the kinds of things they were willing to do. So I think for me, it's really important for our people to understand that the ideology that brought that about has not gone away, and they'll do it again. Like, in other words, they're probably planning right now how to do it again. I don't know how many of them, and I don't know in what capacity, but I can guarantee you they're planning and thinking about it. And I think a lot of this onslaught of them buying drones is part of that mentality. I don't think Serbia and Republika Srpska, which is the Serb entity in Bosnia, are striking deals with Israel because they're just wanting to make some money or they're wanting to appease somebody. They're creating essentially, they're setting groundwork for another genocide, to have the tools to accomplish another genocide, and also to get the international support in committing another genocide. And I think if they look at what's happening in Gaza, they have to be encouraged from that standpoint, because they've allowed now I think probably 800,000 people to get killed. I don't know what the number is, but it's certainly not the numbers that are being told, right? I think we're looking at probably close to 1 million people that have been killed. And I think Serbs are, they may be evil, these guys, they're not stupid. I think they're looking at the situation and looking at it like, there's a great opportunity for us to quickly now build some support and set things into motion so we can actually accomplish what we always wanted to do, which is sort of finish off all the Bosniaks and entirely wipe them away and build the ethno state in Bosnia. So that is something that I knew that I have to start waking people up to, because our people are much more so, I would say, than Palestinians. They're much more likely to engage in fantastical, magical thinking. Like, they go through a genocide and like 5 years later, they're like, it's fine, we're just going to forgive and forget. Except these guys are not going to forgive, and they're still planning to kill you. So if your mentality is forgive and forget, and you don't think you need weapons, and you don't think you need to defend yourself, well, just wait a couple of decades and you're going to be back into mass graves. So that's my point to them, is like, here's what happened. Don't fight it. Accept it. Accept the facts, which are now forensically like proven. This is not disputable. Like, we know what happened to a lot of these people because forensics tell us what happened to them. They tell us about the tortures they went through. They tell us about the kinds of murders and the ways that people were murdered. There's also like something about the fact that mass amounts of bodies in Bosnia were missing heads. You don't see that in too many conflicts around the world, that there was a concerted effort to essentially claim heads as like trophies. I mean, we're talking about some really sick people here, right? So it's important to understand that. It's important to understand how that would have come about, and the fact that it's probably going to happen again, and not to be a fool. I think I'm probably screaming in the dark, or maybe it's a pointless thing that I'm doing in that sense, because I don't see myself being able to turn Bosniak mentality around. But at least they're not going to be able to look at me if a genocide happens and say, hey, man, you didn't warn us. I did. you have either chosen to listen or not chosen to listen. And it's not just me. It's like everything that happened in the between 1992 and 1995 is a series of lessons. You either are learning or you're not learning. And if you're not learning them and they repeat, well, you can't blame anybody else. I mean, at this point, we live in an internet age. We have access to information, and now I'm putting it on social media, so it's billions can see it. And I'm seeing actually way more interest from Palestinian community about the videos than I'm from Bosniak community about the videos, which tells you a lot about Bosniak mentality. They're wanting to almost like, I mean, even when confronted with all these details and other kinds of things, they're wanting to run the other way for most of the part. But I think it's important for us to talk about it. It's important, I think, for the rest of the world to look at a lot of these things and learn that basically there are many different ways you can predict a genocide. There's many things that are very predictable, but our minds fight it. And that's why we don't predict it, because our minds want to portray everything that's happening around them as better than it is. And we fool ourselves and we delude ourselves into things, and then things get too late. Like you arrive at a point where that the genocide has been put into such a motion that you can no longer like do all these things that you could have maybe 10 or 20 or 30 years earlier in order to try to stop it or slow it down or be more ready for it. So I'm trying to kind of appeal more to that. Like you look at all our genocide, look at all the details of it, look at everything that happened prior, during, after, and try to apply it. And number one lesson I would say is, even though I call my number one lesson of the lesson videos to be armed and never give away your weapons, but really, in many ways, the number one lesson is not to engage in cognitive dissonance, meaning like do not allow yourself to believe that things are better than they are. And then after that, armed to the teeth. It's going to sound weird, right? I was one of the first ones after the what happened in with the October 7th thing. I said, no. I mean, Palestinians need more weapons. Like, they need more weapons, not less weapons. Everybody was like, they need to be disarmed. No, they don't need to be disarmed. They need to be way more heavily armed. I mean, look at our lessons in Bosnia. Is like everything was about like how Serb units across the board, across every village, across every town, everywhere, they were so focused on disarming. Their number one priority was disarming. Before they engaged in actual perversity, all the horrific things that they were doing, they first wanted to make sure that nobody can fire back at them. And if we were ready, I think if we had enough weapons and if we were ready, if we had the vigilance, then I think we could have probably prevented a lot of things that happened during the genocide. A lot. I mean, I could probably write a whole book on how we could have totally turned that whole situation around if we just stopped engaging in cognitive dissonance. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on and on, but if there's something like beyond you guys going and watching my videos, which you can, I'm going to be making thousands of them, and you're going to be hearing about every little event, and whatever is of interest to you, you can go and look at those. But if there's any other things, let me know if is important to discuss or would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Harun. Thank you for sharing your truth. I mean, you are a victim of genocide yourself, and your truth stands out more credible than anyone else's truth. So you said cognitive dissonance and do not believe that they are going to get better, and do not believe, oh, the world was not going to allow it. And you have a proof from the Bosnian history. How many times was the genocide committed in Bosnia? And every time the people think, oh, it's going to get better, don't worry, it's not going to happen again, only to allow it to happen again. So it's been almost the last 150 years that
Yes.
every few decades there is a genocide against the people, because every time they think, okay, it happened, it's not going to happen again, we move on and be
Yes.
nice. The UN will protect us. Can you tell us a little bit more detail about this? How many times?
If you look at the Bosniak people, they're spread between Bosnia, Montenegro, Serbia, Kosovo. They're across those regions. There's some living in Croatia as well. In Bosnia, they're the majority. In the rest of the regions, the minority, right? So if you go back all the way to like beginning of 1800s, there were instances of genocide happening in those other places. Bosnia had its first major instance of genocide in 1873, which was Kulanbag, was the last town all the way in the west of town, or west of the country. And that was when a bunch of Serb villagers came down and probably murdered a couple of thousand people in an area. And then everybody there just forgot about it, because that's your typical Bosnian engagement with its own genocide. Let's forget about it. That's how we engage with our genocide. We don't like learn from it. We just get dumber every single time for whatever reason, right? But what had happened was that we engaged every single time it would happen again. We engaged with cognitive dissonance, and that is certainly the case in like 1941, when there was a huge effort to get rid of all Bosniaks in Bosnia. In fact, more of them were killed in World War II than in 1992, 1995. I think some projections are up to 80,000 people were killed, as much as we can project. between 1941 and 45 in Bosnia. So basically, there was a huge genocide. And then instead of talking about it afterwards, the Yugoslav government, so when the Yugoslavia was formed, right, as a socialist state, they said to everybody, don't talk about the genocide. Well, publicly, you might not want to talk about it. I'll give you that because you were facing a bullet if you talked about it potentially. The government was punishing you for doing so. There is no excuse for not talking about it in your household. Like in your households, you should have talked about everything that happened, how it affected your family, who did it, the fact that the people who did it were now free and in fact living in your town often. You needed to keep people educated on that issue, and Bosniaks just chose not to do that. And then they really, the way they engage with the genocide is very infantile, is the only way I can describe it. So what you mentioned now, I'm going to go back just to the UN forces that came into the region in 1991 as a way of like stabilizing supposedly, and that was when Croatia was being attacked, like north of Croatia, south of Croatia, Dalmatia was getting pummeled by the Serb extremists and were getting murdered. And then they brought all the UN and they stationed them really in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, right in the center there. And the Bosniaks responded to that was like, well, the West has brought, the Europe has brought UN, which means this can never happen here. They didn't even consider the possibility that absolutely could happen. And that was very, very brutal. The way that it manifested was very, very horrible because people were sort of sitting back and saying, look, I mean, it looks bad over there, but because we have all the UN here, I think it's going to be fine, instead of getting ready. So when things hit when Sarajevo was put under siege, people were still in the mentality, well, yeah, it looks bad and it's a siege, I guess, but it's in like 3 months, things are going to be fine. They were not going to be fine. And there were millions of little proofs as to why they were not going to be fine, including how UN responded to it. UN did nothing to protect the people. We were getting sniped and bombed right from the beginning, and UN did nothing to protect the people. So we should have immediately known it's not going to work. And because we engaged in this like infantile behavior, we allowed UN to go into certain other areas and call them safe areas and disarm the people. But you never give up the weapons. I don't care who comes down. I don't care if a divine being from the sky comes down and says disarm. You are not disarming, period. Not only are you not disarming, if somebody comes and says, I want to take your weapons, assume they're an enemy. They're never your friend. They're never your friend. Because if they were your friend, they'd be bringing a ton more weapons to protect you and other means of protection, either like military protection or some kind of diplomatic protection. But that's not what happened in Bosnia. In fact, when you look at the situation, Bosnians were set up to be absolute fools and dupes. And then they were murdered in much larger numbers than they should have been if they were ready for it. So that is one of the big lessons of I don't think that lesson is so much applicable to Palestine, because I feel like in Palestine, people are aware of what's happening. I don't think they're nearly engaging in a kind of cognitive dissonance that the Bosniaks were, and they're certainly not shy to talk about what's happening to them. Whereas Bosnians are like, nothing's happening. They're chopping our heads off and they're raping 50,000 women, but nothing's happening. That's how Bosnians deal with this. So if anything, I think Palestinians can teach Bosnians how to properly talk about and deal with the genocide situation. But I think what our thing can have, what's the benefit of our genocide is that if we look at all the facts and we take it all apart, we can really understand the dynamics and inner workings of a genocide in a way that is very hard in an unfolding genocide like Palestine, which would take like many, many decades after, if it were to end, in order to go back and gather all the data and understand each individual situation. With Bosnia, we know a lot about each individual situation, so we have this hindsight that we can look at it with incredible clarity and understand, here's how it happened, here's who did it, here's how it came about, here's the consequences of it, here's the fact that 99% of them were not punished and why. So in other words, we can really dissect our genocide in a way that I don't think you can dissect any genocide that's ever happened in a way that you can Bosnia. And that is the big benefit of our genocide to the rest of the world. But I think we as Bosniaks are never going to learn from it. That's the unfortunate part.
No, inshallah, you will. We're learning from you too. So you think the Board of Peace is not going to protect the Palestinians?
No, I don't think so.
Give up your weapons. The Board of Peace is going to come and protect you.
No, absolutely not. And in fact, we had a horrible lesson of that. Besides the UN, there were lots of Bosniaks outside of Bosnia. Let's take, for example, Bosniaks living in Turkey. there were millions of ethnic Bosniaks living in Turkey that had gone to Turkey when the Ottoman Empire retreated, right? Those people didn't get up and come help the Bosniaks. Do you know what I mean? Like, they did very little to help us, even though they were literally our ethnic group. So, in other words, you cannot trust anybody but the people you're stuck in a situation with. That's the only people you can trust. And that's the people you have to organize with, and that's the people you have to arm heavily, heavily. I mean, it makes me sound like I'm a spokesman for the NRA in the United States. So all my left-wing friends are going to look at me and say, "How dare you? How dare you be pro-guns?" But my response to them is, that is the lesson of my childhood. The number one thing they wanted to do is to take the guns from us, and then we're all dead. Like, you can engage in magical thinking about your own country, but I'm giving you the reality of the situation, and that is that we needed to organize with the people we were stuck with, be ready for it, and be well armed, and we got everything wrong, which really then brings the question, how did Bosnia even survive? And I think in many ways it was a miracle upon miracles that this happened. And I think part of it was that Serbs were way too afraid of us. They were so concerned about the fact that we were getting a very huge support from the Middle East, which we weren't. Our biggest supporter was Iran, if I'm not mistaken, and they sent most of the support and logistics and weapons to Bosnia, but that still was a very small percentage. So Serbs made really wrong assumptions, and that helped us. They assumed that we were much, much more organized and much more powerful than we were, and that kept them from doing certain things that they believed would be too dangerous for them to do, but instead, in fact, was not so dangerous for them to do. And I think if they knew the real facts and really believed it, they probably would have murdered everybody in Bosnia, give or take, or expelled them. So the miracle, I guess, of it all was partly that the enemy, the genocider, was not informed enough or was making some wrong assumptions. That saved us that time. I don't think that's going to save us next time. I think they too have learned their lessons.
Yeah, I mean, I think your assumption about the Palestinian was right, but believe it or not, Doctors Against Genocide, we warned of the genocide before October 7, and the Palestinians themselves told us no, no, no.
Ah,
This, oh no, you're crazy, guys. You're crazy. It's not going to happen. 21st century, everyone has phones, camera, media. The world
no,
is allow it.
no.
That was before October 7. It happened to us.
Yes.
And going to your timeline. Do you know when the genocide of the Palestinians started? It started in 1890, or when that Zionist Congress, was held in Basel, and they said, land with no people for people with no land. That was the first genocidal declaration, and the people did not believe that. Believe the criminals. When someone shows you their true color, believe them. Do not say, no, they cannot do it. Oh, they are good Israelis, they're good people. I mean, believe it. That's their project. This is project from day one was genocidal. Then Balfour Declaration is the second genocidal, declaration, and another genocidal, point on the timeline. Then we have the 1936 when the Palestinians tried to defend themselves. That was a genocide. 48 was the first genocide. And people said, oh, it's not going to happen again. That was genocide. And the people, I mean, they're not going to improve. They are built on this. They're not going to change. They're not going to get better. As you said, even if you think, oh, okay, no, it's good, going to be good on your side. It's not good on their side. Even when you talk to leftist Israelis, the leftist Israelis are the one who committed the 1948 genocide, not the right wing. There was no right wing at 1948.
Yes.
Actually, the religious Zionists in 1948 were against the establishment of Israeli state.
Yes.
Most of them, the majority were against. It was the leftists, the Gideon Levy people, are
Yes.
the one who committed the genocide. Okay, in 1967, another bout of genocide. In 1982, in Lebanon, another genocide. It keeps happening. They will not change. They're
No.
built. The only way is to find ways to protect yourself. Never trust the international community. Never trust anyone. You have to protect yourself, and you have to also build a connection of supporters all over the world to protect you. You cannot do it on your own, unfortunately, when all major powers against you. So, I mean, thank you, Harun. I mean, there's a lot to learn from you. We want you to become, if you are welcome to become a regular contributor here, we really need to kind of all digest all the lessons that you learned yourself growing up into a genocide, being a genocide survivor. I really think your truth is much more important than what all the progressive writers and stuff like analysts, all these people who want to whitewash the genocide one way or another versus someone who lived through it and what it feels and knows that if the people in Bosnia had at least the minimum amount of ways to defend themselves, maybe they could not have stopped it, but the number of victims, the number of damage would be much, much less than what it is. And I
Absolutely.
think this is, go ahead.
Absolutely. If they were ready for it, I mean, I'm now covering every event that's happened basically in the country, and I can already tell you the events that I've covered, which is like 50 events, I guess, or a little bit more now at this point. I can tell you probably 45 of them could have been averted,
If
or
the
like
people
massively.
have
Yeah.
the means to protect themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that tells you a lot about just how not ready we were, just how disorganized and stuck in cognitive dissonance the people were.
And actually, when we were warning our people about the possibility of genocide happening, we were talking about the West Bank, and the call was for the people in the West Bank, please have ways to protect yourself. The settlers are coming. They are coming. They are arming themselves. They are arming themselves because one day, when under the right political cover, under the right, excuse or red flag, they will come and slaughter you. So at least make sure you can protect yourself. And for protecting yourself, you cannot rely on anyone else. You cannot rely on, flowery statements by the UN. Things are concerning. What do you mean concerning? People are being mass slaughtered. And you're telling me it's very concerning what's happening in Gaza or in the West Bank. It's not concerning. This is a genocide, a mass slaughter of civilian life, of innocent people for no crime other than just being Muslims, like in the case of Bosnia, and in Palestine, just for existing. Just for existing. You can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, you can be an atheist in Palestine. If you are not a Jew, then you are a target. So thank you. Anyone has any questions for Harun?
One
it's
comment,
not enough.
actually.
I think we need to learn more from you, Harun. Then we have
Yeah.
more updates from the West Bank. Go ahead, Maisa.
It's just Harun, amazing insights. I'm currently in Ramallah, and Ramallah if there is a case of how to cognitive dissonance and how to pretend that you're in a liberated bubble or a zone that like life goes on, it's Ramallah. It's just one of these phenomena that breaks your heart because like nobody is safe. Like yesterday they closed off Ramallah for hours because the settlers wanted access to the main roads to protest. And the settlers can come in and kill anyone. So nobody is safe. But somehow there is this cognitive dissonance in Ramallah for somebody like me. I don't live here all the time, but I've been here for a couple of months now, and I'm just like in constant shock. Like, how do you pretend that something is not happening? Literally like a few kilometers away. And I think this is part of the plan and the design to keep us in a bubble and to keep us disconnected from each other and to keep us disconnected from our communities and completely like oblivious as if this is like the utopia of the Palestinian dream, which is I don't know. So this is very, very helpful. Thank you so much, Harun. And we have Bashar Nidal. Bashar has been stuck behind the checkpoint.
بشار.
Thankfully he's safe. بشار تفضل احكي معنا بس حط لنا الكاميرا وشكرا
موجود
انك
كاميرا؟
يا هلا يا
بين
هلا
الكاميرا؟ أهلا
كيف؟
وسهلا.
بين
فتحت الكاميرا.
مم.
يعطيكم العافية الجميع، وكل الاحترام لكم ولكل الأطباء وعلى كل الأعضاء في هذا المؤتمر وهي اللقاء اللي نتشرف فيه. طبعا بحب أعرفكم عن نفسي. أنا بشار القريوتي، أسكن في قرية اسمها قريوت نابلس في فلسطين. طبعا أنا كان المفروض أني أكون معكم بداية المؤتمر، ولكن لضغط الأحداث والأوضاع اللي بتصير في الضفة الغربية اللي هي دائما إحنا موجودين في الميدان، شوي ما قدرتش أكون معكم في البداية، ولكن كنت متابع معكم كل اللي بيصير، وجزء لاحظته جزء من المعاناة اللي إحنا بنعاني منها على الحواجز، وكنت فاتح لكم الكاميرا كيف يحجزون على البوابات وبيمنعونا كمان إنه نمر للمستشفيات أو نتوجه لأي منطقة في الضفة الغربية. طبعا
بشار خليني
بحب يعني اوكي يلا ترجمي.
First of all, welcome Bashar. Thank you for joining us. Bashar is a first responder who lives in a village called Alqaryoute. I've been to that village actually several times. It's near Nablus. And he works as a first responder. And he joined us earlier in the webinar as he was showing us footage of him being stuck behind a checkpoint as he was transporting a patient to the hospital. And Bashar, اتفضل أعطينا التقرير.
طبعا التقرير شوية صعب، يعني صعب المعاناة. بحب أوجه لكم يعني تحية من فلسطين، من قريوت، من قلب المعاناة. طبعا التقرير هو معاناة وجرائم وحرق وقتل ودمار ومصادرة لكل شيء في هذه الحياة. طبعا احنا يوميا نتعرض للاعتداءات، نتعرض لجرائم كبيرة جدا في كل شيء. طبعا احنا في هذا الموقع اللي في الضفة الغربية. طبعا انا بجوز حتى فوق راسي صور، هذول صور شهداء استشهدوا، كمان زملائي واصدقائي استشهدوا في هاي الاشهر الاخيره. حتى زميلي بالاسعاف تم تصفيته من قبل المستوطنين اللي في الفتره الاخيره. طبعا احنا في هاي المرحله الصعبه اللي احنا طبعا بنحاول نصمد فيها ونثبت فيها ونقدم خدماتنا الطبيه والانسانيه لكل الشعب الفلسطيني، ولمنطقه معزوله بتعاني من الاحتلال ومن المستوطنين اللي بيحاولوا يقتلونا، وكمان يعني ما يوفرون اي شيء من الحمايه. طبعا كل المؤسسات الدوليه للاسف في الفتره الاخيره ما حدا واقف معنا، ما حدا مساعدنا، حتى الامور الطبيه. وانا عندي مركز طبي في قريوت وبغطي كل منطقه جنوب نابلس. طبعا انا من سنتين ما كمان حصلت على اي مسانده من اي جهه دوليه لحتى استمر في تقديم خدمه انسانيه لابناء شعبنا. للاسف الشديد عندي اطباء بداوموا هون وبعانوا برضو من موضوع انه فيش امكانيات ممكن نقدم فيها خدمه للمصابين للمرضى. تفضل.
So, in summary, Bashar is saying that the update from the ground is pretty grim. It's basically like he's describing what we've heard already, the systemic attacks on the people, on the paramedics. He was showing us pictures of his colleagues on the wall that were killed and assassinated by the occupation forces. They're just making life on the ground very difficult to the Palestinians. And specifically attacking healthcare workers, healthcare facilities, including first responders. And Bashar has or runs a primary health clinic or a clinic in a community in Alqaryoute, where they're not receiving any support from any international, like obviously they're not getting support from the Palestinian side because there's no medication. And as Nidal shared, the tax money has been held with the Israelis, but also no access to medicine. And they're trying to provide healthcare to local communities in the south of Nablus, but they lack the resources, they lack the medical community, the medicine, and the support from the international community. تفضل. بشار.
طبعا احنا في هاي معك سمان. طبعا احنا بنتعرض لاعتداء كبير جدا في الفتره الاخيره. حاليا في احتلال للمنازل في منطقه جنوب نابلس بالذات، وبالاضافه ان المستوطنين في هاي المرحله انتقلوا لمرحله تهجير السكان من منازلهم، تهجير السكان من قراهم، واحتلال كل الاراضي الفلسطينيه في كافه المناطق، خاصه في منطقه وسط الضفه الغربيه. حاليا الفلسطينيين لم يتبقى لهم شيء إلا منازلهم، وحاليا منازلهم محتلة. حاليا أنا في عندي هاي مناشدة من بعض المنازل إنه في مستوطنين احتلوا منزل لأحد العائلات، والجيش كمان احتل منزل وأخرج عائلة من منزلها لكي يعني يعمل هذا المنزل ثكنة عسكرية لحماية المستوطنين اللي احتلوا منزل. يعني هاي سابقة خطيرة بتحصل في الضفة الغربية. سابقا أنه المستوطن يسيطر على بيتك ويخرج مثل ما أخرج عائلة الطباسي في جالود، وبالقوة وبالتهديد وبكل أساليب الإجرام نفذها ضد هاي العائلة. حاليا الجيش كمان بهجر عائلات من بيوتها، بيعمل سكنة عسكرية. وقبل أنا يعني يوم أمس تم احتجازي من قبل الجيش داخل بلدة، وكنت يعني متوجه لحتى يعني أسعف مصابين أو أنا أسعف مرضى موجودين في هذيك البلد. تم احتجازي من قبل الجيش. وقبل قليل كمان أنا من أجل إيصال حالات مرضية للمستشفيات كمان أغلقوا علينا البوابات، ومن منذ الصباح وأنا أناشد المؤسسات والصليب الأحمر والمؤسسات الدولية من أجل إدخالنا للمستشفيات، مثل وصولنا لمدينة نابلس. أنا نابلس لا تبعد عني 25 كيلو، اليوم مشيت تقريبا 70 80 كيلو وأنا ألف عشان أوصل مدينة نابلس اللي بتقعد معي كانت نصف ساعة، اليوم قعدت معي ساعة وأكثر لحتى أقدر أوصل. وإذا كمان أوكي.
So more on the updates on the ground. So, he's describing the patterns by which the Israeli settlers, the Israeli occupation forces are completely trying to displace the Palestinians from their villages. One of the things that have been repeatedly happening and accelerating is that now settlers will come and take over a Palestinian home. They will kick the Palestinians out of their own home and they take it over. And then the Israeli army, to protect those settlers that illegally took over a Palestinian home, they will take a nearby home and have a military point to protect the settlers who have stolen somebody else's home. And this is happening repeatedly. He's saying that in the course of doing his work, trying to kind of respond to, calls for help, if he's transporting, injured people or sick people, yesterday he was detained for a few hours in one of the villages, and he was detained, searched, and for hours. Today, as you saw, he was trying to get to Nablus, and they closed the gates, the checkpoints, and then he was there stuck for at least 30 minutes, 45 minutes, as we were watching him trying to just deliver the patient to the hospital. And this is systemic, and it's happening at an accelerated rate. And the paramedics are getting attacked. We've seen the healthcare getting attacked in Gaza, and it's happening in the West Bank. Actually, it's always been happening in the West Bank. This has been systemic. بشار تفضل إذا.
طبعا أنا بحب أنوه لشغلة مهمة جدا اللي هو استهدافي بسيارة الإسعاف. كمان أنا لما أتوجه لأي مدينة أو أي منطقة، أنا تم قتل زميلي في داخل سيارة الإسعاف، تم استشهاده وهو مقدم الإسعافات للمصابين والمرضى والناس اللي كانوا يعني متعرضين لإصابات في القرى الفلسطينية. كمان أنا قبل شهر تم استهدافي من قبل قطاع المستوطنين وإطلاق اللي هو قنابل حارقة على سيارة الإسعاف ومحاولة حرقي داخل سيارة الإسعاف. وقبلها كمان يعني هي في حجر هذا احتفظت فيه، هي حجر كبير تم ضربي هذا الحجر الكبير لحتى يقتلوني، يعني ضربوه علي وكثروا الإسعاف علي لحتى يقتلوني داخل سيارة الإسعاف. يعني هذا قبل أشهر، من الآن 5 مرات تقريبا محاولة قتلنا داخل سيارة الإسعاف. طبعا لا قانون يردع هذا الموضوع، لا قانون يحمينا حتى في مواجهة يعني المستوطنين لحتى ننقذ المصابين. احنا بنشتغل في قانون الإنساني، قانون الدولي اللي المفروض يحمي القوانين، يعني الطواقم الطبية والطواقم الإسعافية اللي بتعمل في الميدان. ولكن حاليا في الضفة الغربية احنا بيعتبرونا إرهابية، وأكثر من تهديد من المستوطنين إنه حكوا عنا كطواقم طبية أو طواقم إسعاف، بيعتبرونا إرهابية لأنه احنا بنسعف المصابين اللي هم بطخوهم. ما بدهم حدا يتم إطلاق الرصاص عليه، ما بدهم حدا يسعفه، ما بدهم حدا يعالج مصاب، ما بدهم حدا يعالج مريض، بدهم كل الشعب الفلسطيني يموت. وهي المرحلة اللي احنا قاعدين وصلنا إلها وأكثر من مرة. يعني كل تفضل.
زميلك امتى استشهد؟ قبل كم من يوم صح؟ مش زمان؟
لا غير هذول أصدقائي اللي استشهدوا قبل كم يوم. بس في زميلي أنا قبل سنة تقريبا في خلال هاي الحرب استشهد، وانا كملت المسيري في هذا الاسعاف، وصرت انا سائق الاسعاف لحتى برضو انا اضل مكمل هاي الخدمه الانسانيه. هو كان سائق الاسعاف وانا ضابط اسعاف، يعني موجود معه في الميدان.
اوكي.
قبل اشهر استشهدوا اخوه
طبعا.
اثنين طخوهم داخل منزلهم، اثنين شقيقين تم قتلهم في داخل منزلهم امام والدتهم وابنائهم الصغار، يعني بدم بارد هيك بدون
واو.
اي اسباب. وما تم عقاب المجرم، وتم تقديم كل اللوائح ضد المجرمين وفيديوهات لكل الدول الغربيه والدول يعني القانونيه وكل القوانين، يعني المؤسسات اللي المفروض انها تتابع هاي القضيه، ولكن ما في قانون حاليا بحاسب المستوطنين. كل
والله
مستوطن
يا بشار لأنه مهم اللي بتحكيه. Okay, so a couple of things, very important things. So, he's just describing the way they're attacked as they're actually driving the ambulance, as they're trying to save people who are injured by the IOF. They don't want them to actually save them. If the IOF shoots someone, they're shooting to kill, and the first responders are attacked for trying to save them. And a year ago, they were in the ambulance, and his colleague was killed inside the ambulance. He was with him. He tried to perform a CPR on him and kept driving the ambulance. And then his colleague, Allah yarhamo, was martyred as he was trying to save someone. And the picture of the people behind him are his colleagues. They were attacked in their home, and they were killed in cold blood in front of their families, in front of their children, in front of their parents. And again, this is systemic. And he's saying that there is a systemic practice by the IOF to make the job of a first responder very difficult, but also not allow them to save anyone who's injured. تفضل.
طبعا احنا في هاي المرحله بنعاني من موضوع كثير مهم جدا، هو عدم يعني امكانيه وجود خطه طوارئ في منطقه
مش سامعه والله.
الضفه الغربيه.
ايش
ما
هو؟
في خطه الهجمات الكبيره. السبب اول شيء قله الامكانيات في القرى الفلسطينيه، ما في مستشفيات في مناطق الضفه الغربيه اللي هو في القرى الفلسطينيه او في مناطق متوسطه، كل تركيز المستشفيات في المدن الفلسطينيه للاسف. يعني احنا في جنوب نابلس ما في اي مستشفى، ما في مراكز طوارئ اللي ممكن تكون جاهزه تتلقى اصابات. يعني هسه انا بضل خايف في هاي اللحظه اذا بصير هجوم للمستوطنين واطلقوا الرصاص وقتلوا اي حد او اصابات خطيره جدا، اذا بدي اطلع على نابلس ممكن ما اوصل، لانه حاليا الحواجز مغلقه واغلق علي حتى الكفل. اليوم انا بعجوبه طلعت، يعني بعد ما دخلوني على نابلس بتنسيق وبترتيب من ساعات لحتى ادخل اخذ حاله مرضيه من نابلس، غلقوا علي البوابه بالكفل. يعني بدش يطلعني كمان، بده يدخلني بدش يطلعني، اذا بدك تطلع ممنوع تفوت. يعني قلبي اذا بصير احداث وبصير هجوم على القرى الفلسطينيه وانا بدي اتوجه بالاسعاف، ما بعرف وين اخذ المصاب.
اوكي.
المراكز الطبيه الصغيره اللي احنا عندنا فيها، يعني عندي مركز طبي ولكن مش مجهز بامكانيات، مش مجهز بامكانيات طبيه تقدر تنقذ حياه. ما عندنا، لانه ما في عندنا مسانده من اي مؤسسات، لا دوليه ولا محليه ولا اي جهه بتطلع انه لازم ننقذ الارواح. لازم نجهز خطه طوارئ يكون فيها امكانيات واضحه، نساعد المواطنين، ننقذ حياه الناس، يكون في بديل عن المستشفى لحتى نقدر يعني ننقلهم فيما بعد. وهي مشكله كبيره جدا اللي دائما بنوجهها لكل المؤسسات.
Okay. So one of the very dangerous things right now, because of the way Israel has been implementing this blockade and completely isolating communities, is that there are no hospitals in the villages. So you have entire communities of villages that have no hospitals, which means there's no urgent care. And if somebody needs urgent care, they have to be transported to Nablus, for example, or one of the cities, because that's where the hospitals are with the capabilities. There's nothing in villages. And now and there's no support from any, community, like, or international communities, or even the local, like, authorities to support with building such facilities. So for example, now if there's an attack on a village and people get injured, and he gets called as a first responder, he doesn't even know where to take them because access to Nablus has been blocked, access to Ramallah has been blocked. So, basically, practically, you're creating a situation where genocides unfolds and first responders are left to do, basically not able to do anything. And at the same time, they're also attacked for trying to help. And settlers have full impunity. There's no legal system in Israel that now holds them accountable. So it's a very, very dangerous situation. بشار لسه معنا ولا هيك على ميوت انت؟
طبعا انا هاي هسه حاليا بتلقى في مناشدات من بعض المناطق في جالوت، في هجوم للمستوطنين، اطلاق النار على المنازل. وفي يعني دكتور موجود عندي في مركز قريوت بداوم يعني، وهي موجود حتى عندي هون في المركز، بده يروح ينقذ عيلته اللي حاليا بتتعرض لاطلاق نار. يعني هي موجود الدكتور، يعني هاي برضه هذا دكتور في جالود، من جالود بداوم عندي في مركز قريوت. احكي برضه.
مساء الخير جميعا.
مساء الخير دكتور.
أنا دكتور محمد حمود، بداوم في الهلال عند بشار كمتطوعين وبنساعد في الإصابات اللي بتصير عندنا. هسه حاليا تلقيت تلفون من العائلة إنه الجيش باب البيت والمستوطنين حواليهم بده إيش يعني يبلش في قنابل الصوت والأمور اللي زي هاي. فيعني مشوارنا كان لا يتجاوز 4 دقائق 5 دقائق ما بين خريوت وجالود، هسه قاعد باخذ لنا نص ساعة، بالإضافة إلى إيش الصعوبة في الوصول، غير إنه لو مسكني جندي أو مسكني الجيش عبين ما أثبت له إن أنا طبيب وشوف البطاقة تبعت الطبيب وكذا، ممكن إنه يوقفك يفتشك كاملة عبين ما تصل، فأنت بتصل بعد الحدث متأخر، مع إنهم بكونوا هم تصادم. وتعقيبا على حكي الأخ بشار، إحنا هنا بنتلقى في حالات الجان شوت، التروما، الهيد تروما، البليدنج، والإمكانيات اللي عندنا قليلة. أنا أكثر الناس اللي بيشتغل مع بشار في الإسعاف ومتنقل معه بشكل كبير في موضوع الحالات والإصابات اللي بتصير.
الاسم الأول الدكتور إيش؟ راح الصوت. Okay. So I'm so sorry, I forgot the name of the doctor, but doctor who works with Bashar is from a nearby village called Jalud. Jalud and Qaryoute are like 5 minutes apart. Obviously now with the blockade, it takes him 30 minutes, and to enter his town, that he needs to be searched and stopped by the Israelis. Now he is on the phone actually with his family that just called to say that the settlers are attacking his village, which means they're attacking the homes of the people in Jalud, and he's trying to figure out a way to get to his family, and he's anticipating to be stopped, searched, and it will take him like at least an hour to get to his family, and if somebody's injured, it's going to be obviously late. They're just not prepared to take in any trauma injuries at this clinic. They're not prepared, they're not equipped, and it's hard for them to take them to the cities as well because of the blockade. طمنا يا دكتور عن الأهل. Well, basically in the West Bank now, every minute there's an update like this. There's a community that's getting attacked. There's a paramedic that's getting attacked. There's shooting somewhere, burning of a field, burning of a home, burning of a mosque. This is the situation in the West Bank, and it's escalating and it's accelerating, and it's really something that we need to think very, very, very quickly about taking action and mobilizing, because we cannot watch this unfold and do nothing. Dr. Sui, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, I didn't see it until now.
No, I just want to thank Bashar and his team, working under those difficult conditions. They got my respect. My prayers are with them, because we know from Gaza, 300 first responders have been murdered. Okay, so So this is really, really a heroic effort. And in response to what Harun said about being unprepared and living in cognitive dissonance, I think the Palestinians have done that several times. But because they're constantly being attacked, so the Palestinians have less illusions about peace talks and all these kind of talking with good Israelis. I think they have been kind of deceived so many times. And when I actually what I want to tell you about is when 7th October happened, I actually called my friend. I said, they're going to kill all of you. This is terrible. Her answer is very straight. She said, they are going to kill all of us anyway. So, what do you want us to do? That's the answer from Gaza. It's very grim. Nobody wants to put up a fight against Israel, but what else do you expect the Palestinians to do?
Yeah. There is not a single act that any Palestinian did that was not self-defense. Not a single act. This counterterrorism operation that Israel is carrying is a big, huge lie. Nobody wanted to hurt anyone, and everyone wanted to defend themselves every single time.
Yes.
They make a mockery of peace, you see. They abuse the usage of peace as coverage for aggressive killing.
Yeah, I mean, we really have to pay a lot of attention to words right now because the words are being weaponized.
Yeah.
And the narrative is being built as if the victims are the perpetrators. And it's going to be very, very difficult for them to refute that. But it's also our job to make sure that the words that we use are always strong and always accurate and dismantle this false narrative that they're using.
Yeah. I mean, down here, 3 of my friends are arrested for using the word intifada. But I don't want to take up space. I'm going to send you my statement on what is intifada, okay? And then you've got to get on with the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swian. Okay. Dr. Farra was here.
Yes, Israel is a terrorist state. It is a state built on terrorism. The structure of the whole state, it is built on terrorism. It's built on genocide. It's built on ethnic cleansing. It's built on, expulsion of the natives of the land. And if anyone disagrees with that, I don't think they belong here. I mean, I think we are very clear on this. And if you care about Israel or about whatever it is, maybe you need to go and talk to them about the crimes they're committing, about their state, not to come and try to police our talk here. We are not the one who are committing the crimes. We're trying to save lives. We're trying to defend the victims. And I mean, the talk, I mean, we can go on this forever, but again, if your whole project is built on terrorism, the structure of terrorism is there, it's what's keeping you going on. If you are built on genocide, ethnic cleansing, you cannot project this on others for just mere existing and for just defending their right to exist as human beings. But yeah, thank you, Dr. Sweet. Thank you, Bashar. Is Bashar still with us? I really think, Maisa, we need to work with Bashar. Maybe we can do some medical supplies for the center there, at least the emergency stuff, work with Bashar and the doctors there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, every small town is small, medium, large town in Palestine is affected, and everyone needs the help. And I know maybe we cannot cover everything, but we have to start somewhere. I think whatever we can do to help them with the minimum, so they can survive, they can treat the injured people. I know that's not protection. They still need more of work to protect them, to stop those criminals. But in the meantime, we can also give them the means to, for bare minimum, at least to treat their wounded people. And we have to keep speaking up. I mean, we heard today from the victims themselves what they're going through, and we need to, when we call our politicians, our elected officials, our news media here, we share with them the truth and what needs to be done to stop this escalating and ongoing crime. And as Harun shared, those genociders do not stop. They do not just wake up one day and discover, oh, we were doing it wrong, or what we were doing is wrong, and we want to stop. They have to be stopped. They do not have the moral insight to even know what is the right. I mean, if they had this, they would not have committed these crimes to start with. They have this supremacy mindset. They feel they are the only ones who are humans. They are the only ones who deserve safety. They are the only ones who deserve security. They are the only ones who deserve land. And everyone else, all other human beings, are subhuman. They don't treat other people as human. That's why they kill them, they displace them. Yeah, we have to keep working. We have to keep pushing on this. Dr. Ahmed is with us. Maybe we need to go to Dr. Ahmed, get updates from him. He was with us, I think. Did he leave? Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra? Yeah, I think we lost him. Let's see if we can get him back. Anyone wants to say anything, guys, in the meantime? Any discussion until Dr. Ahmed joins?
I think at a minimum, what people can do is they can call the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, because our ambassador is Mike Huckabee, and that is a guy that is so deep in religious delusion that he's actually openly speaking contrary to longstanding American foreign policy with regards to the West Bank. Like, he calls it Judea and Samaria and all of this other stuff. So you don't need to have anything coordinated to call the U.S. Embassy as an American citizen and say it's an outrage what we are seeing done in the West Bank. And Mike Huckabee needs to get in line and start doing something, like specifically directed to Mike Huckabee, because he is an insane person in an administration of insane people. Like, he stands out in like a really horrible way. And he is the person to go to, because he's giving a green light to all of the activities in the West Bank, which, given, how deeply complicit U.S. foreign policy is in everything going on in Palestine, he's like taken it a step further. Everyone's always maintained this fake veneer, at least, about our stance on the West Bank. He just throws that out the window. Judea and Samaria. Yeah, let's go to Jerusalem. That's, you know what I mean? Like, he's out there. So call the U.S. Embassy and let them know how you feel. Leave a message. I was actually figured out how to call them because it's a Jerusalem number. I could not dial them, but we can always give people the direct number to call from the US to Jerusalem and leave a message for Mike Huckabee, because he's going to be our biggest barrier. Come Monday, we can start calling our representatives here, but he is technically our ambassador in the region, and he's going to fight everything we try doing here.
Yeah, we have to try every avenue, everything humanly possible.
But I think one important thing to do is, because what's happening in West Bank is so insidious. It's happening, gradually, and suddenly explode. So that, it seems to be happening, and we are also overwhelmed. So when you're thinking of a campaign, Gaza's campaign is, in a way, easier to do, because Gaza has been under blockade since 2007. And so it's a coherent kind of, 75% refugees and so on and so forth, big prison. But in the West Bank, you see, we really suffer cognitive dissonance, as what Harun says, because people seem to think, oh, what West Bank is not so bad, but West Bank is even worse because in the villages you don't even have a hospital. Gaza has got a lot of hospitals, 36 of them, you know, that Israel have to destroy them one by one. And then the world have to see Israel destroying them. But in the West Bank, you see, the settlers really gets away with horrible things. I think one big thing is now in the aerial settlement, there's a medical school. And the Israeli doctors are actually working in a hospital built in a settlement. So that's something which we doctors can actually point out, because settlements are illegal, and then you build a hospital there for settlers, and Israeli doctors are actually working in a settlement treating settlers on land stolen from the Palestinians. That is precisely one sentence. That's what's happening. You multiply it many times, then you can see what's happening. It makes me very upset and very angry. Gaza makes me desperate, but this one makes me angry.
Do you know also that they are making a business out of the genocide? We know that about the economy of the genocide, making a business of genocide. Now there is a fight in Israel because of all the weapons that they tried in Gaza and experimented on the people. They are in high demand all over the world. Unfortunately, our countries, including the US, actually, this might be part of why they want to sign that NDDA things, because they want some of the Israeli weapons. And many countries in the world are rushing to Israel. They have a backlog now of how many countries they want more weapons from them, buy more weapons. And they expect that this will pay off to the government of Israel, the genocidal government, billions and billions of dollars. So the two main manufacturers of weapons in Israel, they are both owned by the government. One of them is the Israeli Air Defense, Israeli Air Defense or Airspace Industry, and the other one is, what's the famous Israeli thing? The one in UK, the one they attacked. What's the name of it?
Elbit.
Elbit.
Oh,
or
my
something like
friends,
that.
yeah.
Or Rafael or something. So these companies,
Leonardo and Rafael.
so the Israeli government is thinking to put them in the New York Exchange to make them public, so people can make money, invest in these companies. Now, the business society in Israel is asking the government not to do so, not to do them in New York Exchange. They have to do it in the Tel Aviv Exchange, so the people of Israel benefit from this rather than the rest of the world. So it's not like they want to commit genocide. They are making billions and billions of dollars out of this genocide now. And they want every Israeli to benefit from this. Oh, these are the weapons that we experimented, we killed people with, and they have high value, and the revenue on this is projected to be in the billions. And we want every Israeli, including Gideon Levy, including Amira Haas. So everyone will get a portion of that. So if there is an Israeli who really objects to the genocidal project, maybe they need to revoke their citizenship and leave. Otherwise, enjoying the privilege of the genocide and just lying to us with a few good words here, nice gestures here and there, is not going to really get it. If you are there, you are already on a stolen land, and you are reaping the privileges of everything that the genocide brought to you. You don't need to be there. You being there is a crime by itself. Yeah. Dr. Ahmed's not here. Phil, what's happening, Phil? What did you have? You have a good activity today.
I did. Sorry, do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
we hear you.
Okay, good. At my Unitarian congregation, we are pushing forward a apartheid-free resolution as part of the larger apartheid-free movement. The National Unitarian Organization voted actually 3 or 4 years ago to adopt that, but it's up to each congregation to adopt it or not. And so we've done a series of events. We've taken a group to the Palestine Museum in Woodbridge, which is right next to New Haven. We've had the director of the museum, Faisal Sela, come and present at the Unitarian congregation. And today, the entire service was devoted to talks and discussion of the genocide in Gaza and the apartheid-free movement. It was very sobering for people. I specifically spoke on just the brutality of the genocide, using frank language, causing an immediate hush, and a few upset people. I don't mean upset, mad at me, but shocked by what I was telling them. And then transitioning from that into the situation with the hostages in the what B'Tselem calls the Israeli torture camp network. And then after the service, and there's always, the social hour with tea and coffee and crumpets and whatnot. And then afterwards, a lot of people came back into the meeting hall to talk another hour about it. So a lot of interest, and this is just it's in the big picture. It's a little drop, but it's happening in other places, and it's just something that we can do to solidify, to increase people's knowledge of what's actually happening, and solidify the support that seems to be, well, not seems to be, that's clearly growing for Palestinian freedom and against Israeli settler colonialism. That's what we did today.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil, for what you did. Just a correction of what I said. So Israel is considering partial privatization of the state-owned defense contractors, two of them, Israel Aerospace Industry, IAI, and Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, through initial public offering IPO for up to 30 to 49% of their stakes. So they want to make money out of committing genocide. And whether they just want to make the money here in the United States for any investor in the world to reap that profit, or just in Israel, so every Israeli can keep it just for their own instead of going outside. So just a correction.
Nidal, can you drop the reference so we can actually read it?
Yeah, exactly. This article is just published last night. I'll share it. Elvis, are you with us, Elvis? So updates from, unfortunately, another side in Congo. We talked about Bosnia. We talked about Palestine. If Elvis is here, he will share with us updates from Congo. Elvis Kitato.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon.
We don't see you, Elvis. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm trying to put my camera on. I've been
Go ahead.
struggling
Yeah,
with,
take your time. Yeah, we hear you, but we did
yes.
not see the picture. That's all.
Yeah, I hope it's gonna be a minute. Sorry. Oh, yeah. There you go. Great. Thank you very much once again. I'm gonna just quickly give you an update on health, security, and the activity that we have been doing, part of the Ubuntu DRC. My name is Alvis, for the people who don't know me, and I am a filmmaker, documentary filmmaker, but also a volunteer working alongside the organization that is called Ubuntu DRC. In terms of health security, if we can talk about numbers, as we all know, we still are facing the Ebola outbreak. The numbers up to today were 3,075 confirmed cases and 1,354 deaths. both the government and the international organization are failing to support the people. They are failing to inform the people. They are even failing to educate the people on how to protect themselves, because now we know that there are many cases in outside of the control of the government, the control of the rebels. People are infected by the virus, but they can't go to the
hello.
hospital.
Hi.
Hello, Dr.
Every
Sweet.
time,
How are you?
Dr.
so,
Sweet,
every,
go ahead.
every time you ask people to go to the hospital, the only answer is, why should we go to the hospital when we know that there is no any vaccine or there is no any treatment that is available? So people are not responding to the call of the government, and that is causing a lot of problems. We're still in this active war zone where mobility is very, very reduced. So even the volunteers and the people who want to go and reach those communities cannot go there, because no one is there to protect the local communities when they're doing volunteer work. So that is the health update. So we're still facing the virus, and it is still killing. In terms of security, I know it looks like I'll be coming every single day now to say the same things. In the last 48 hours, 15 people have been killed by the same rebel group, ADF, in the same area. And the government, the peacekeeping mission, no one is protecting the population. I think for the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been coming every single day and telling you, on the 30th of November, 25 people were killed. On the 2nd of July, 15 were killed. And then there was the whole village burned. So we're still going through genocide. We're still going through atrocities, but less people are not talking about it. People are not taking action. We're not receiving any support from anyone. So when the villages are burned, we're there. And that is the struggle that we are facing every single day. Sorry, I see my camera has gone off again. So we are, to be honest, it is not safe in the region when we know even the part that are controlled by the government, they can protect the civilian. Worse, where we are in the region that is under the rebels. So as you know now, another 15, another in the last, in the last 48 hours, 27 civilians were killed. That is yesterday and the day before yesterday. Talking about Ubuntu, the organization that I represent, the organization that I support, the organization that I'm volunteering with, we are continuing to provide food provision to 55 children, young mothers and babies, healthcare and psychological support to the house 1 and the house 2. For the people who don't know much about the house one and house 2, house 1 is a house that support orphan, and those orphan are aged between 3 and 14, and we have been with them for more than a year. They are coming from displacement background, and the house 2 is the house where we give a second chance to young girls who were sexually assaulted, and as a result they become young mothers. So we support them and we support the children. Thanks to Doug, for the last few months we've been able to continue providing food to the 2 houses, also healthcare support. We have started, I think last week or the week before, I mentioned to you that there is a good number of families of ex-soldiers, soldiers who died fighting for Congo, and those families are not supported by anyone. They are living in open spaces, and they don't have any support from the government, from the rebels, or from the international community. We have started to meet with them to start planning how best we can support them, even though we know it's risky. The people controlling the region where we are not keen, and they are not even happy for us to support those families, because they know the families are from the other side, the National Army. So it is a bit. It's not safe for the team to do it, but we are trying our best. We know they are Congolese families. They are our brothers and sisters. We have to continue supporting them. So the way we are working together is we go to this local church, we meet with them, and then we start planning what to do. So they've come up with an idea. They want to run macro businesses. So we've got 18 who will be starting to make cakes, and then they'll be selling cakes. We've got 4 who want to do sewing. So we're gonna take them to a local school where they will learn sewing, and then by the end we are hoping we'll be able to provide a machine and a space where they can go and start doing the work. So that is what we are focusing on. We are trying our best. So we've got the 22 families that will support probably 50 individuals to 60 individuals, and we are planning to start the training next week. Those are the activities and the work that we have been doing. Once again, thank you very, very much for the platform. Thanks for taking time to listen to us, but also thanks to share your stories with us Congolese. So at least we know this is not just a Congolese fight, it's everyone, all of us fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you so much. Ramanidal, are you there? Okay. I think we can go around in reflections. Annie, do you want to share a few things?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Yeah, sorry, I'm in a car, so you can't see me. So first of all, I want to say one other perspective on what we've heard today. It is going to get worse because they will attempt everything they possibly can between now and November, which is the US elections. They see the tide has turned, significantly turned, not marginally turned. And they will attempt every form of land grab, persecution, financial maneuvering between now and November. So I want to highlight that because this is not just other months like all the other months. These are the pivotal months. And anything you can do is going to make a difference. As Phil said, it's a drop in the bucket, but every single drop is going to count. So if you're like Scott, one of our Dagsters who goes once a week and walks the halls of Congress, or your churches or your mosques or your giving, every drop is going to count. And we ask you with utmost humility to join DAG in all of its financial missions, which is very simple. Here's how it works. DAG takes no money. Everybody on the call, everybody who looks like they work for DAG, no one's working. Everybody's a volunteer, including the 3 founders who lead us in our discussions. All the money goes to Congo, to Gaza, to the West Bank, to Sudan, Lebanon as well. And it's really important that you think about giving now, because we're going to need to save every life we can in these next few months. I was really heartened to hear Dr. Nidal say, I don't know quite where we start, but we must start in the West Bank. We must support the EMTs. They're going to give vital service, especially where there may be no hospitals in the area. This may be the mobile clinics. So we ask you, one, to give, and you can go on the website. You can give monthly, which is very helpful, so DAG can continue its witness and its support on the ground in so many places. And do whatever you can. Another Dagster, Martha Miller, is working on a project with Scott and me where we are writing the names of the 20,000 children murdered. By the way, these are only the ones who we know were murdered in Gaza, as opposed to those who are not identified or haven't been found yet. So her church is part of this global process we are doing to have the names written by Muslim congregations, Christian congregations, non-congregants, everybody. And we're putting this huge global tapestry together. Well, I raise this because today her church had this and they wrote 250 of the names. You have to handwrite each name. And an Arab name has 4 names, your first middle name, your second middle name, your last name. It is such an act of witness. So her congregation is doing that. So anything that you have access to and you are passionate about is going to make a difference. And please make that difference as much as you can between now and November. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Who wants to go next? Dania, Mary Beth, I don't know who else is there. Scott. Go ahead.
Yeah. Scott Hageman. Child and adolescent psychiatrist in Maryland. If anyone is watching this who needs an activist group to be a part of, to feel in your heart that you're making a difference, I absolutely believe that Doctors Against Genocide has saved lives. And by joining Doctors Against Genocide, you too make a difference. And that difference also saves lives. You can never know what effort is the effort that's going to make a difference. And you're not going to know afterwards either. But I assure you, the effort that you make through Doctors Against Genocide will make a difference and will save lives. I absolutely believe that the successes, I hate to put it that way, of the genocides grow on each other like a cancer. And that what we're doing, what DAG is doing, Doctors Against Genocide, is stemming that cancer. I didn't mean to make this metaphor, it just sprang from me. Doctors Against Genocide is stemming the cancer of the genocide. If you want to be a part of a group that's making a difference, join Doctors Against Genocide. I so appreciate everyone here. Thank you so much. Scott.
Thank you, Scott. And, just to make it clear, Doctors Against Genocide is a mission. It's not a people. It's not one person, two people. It's not a name of a certain person. It's really our commitment to protect life, do no harm, and oppose misery that's inflicted on people because of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. So I want to say that we think of this as a movement. We think of this as a collective. And we strengthen each other. We strengthen the mission when we are together. And this is demonstrated over and over again every time we meet. So thank you, Scott. And thank you, Phil, for all what you do. And Annie and Martha just sent me some photos from the church, the Trinity Church, where they had the action. So she said it was very powerful. So we'll see. This is really very difficult for me personally, not that, Gaza was not difficult. Gaza is always very, very difficult, but, this is a place that I actually grew up in and know road by road, village by village, town by town. And just knowing that this is happening to the wonderful friends, wonderful family members. Mesa is there.
My brother is there, our cousins are there. I know where they are when the Israeli soldiers descend on Sarra, Nablus. I know exactly where they came from. So this is horrific. So I appeal to you to try to do everything in our power to not let them get away with this. Dr. Mary Beth Brownlee, we missed you last in DC.
I grieve that I'm not able to be there with you. As I said, I already put in for September for the White Coat Day and the conference. And so the good thing about the emergency room is there's all the shifts all the time. So you can still get your required number of shifts in, even if you take 4 days off, because it's not like it's only during business hours, Monday to Friday. Just keep working.
Even in residency?
Yeah. I mean, like I'm about to head in today for a 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. shift in a little bit here. I mean, Phil will tell you he did a whole career in it. It's 24/7. But I actually really like the night shift. Anyway, it's a different pace to minister to people, than like the daytime rush. You get to maybe be a little more present in the lives of the human beings who come to you and ask for help.
There aren't any administrators.
Yeah, you're further away from the flagpole time-wise. That's what's nice. Like you have your own domain to do what needs to do.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think a real scary part of blending the militaries with the NDAA is, so there has been rhetoric out of Netanyahu and his type about like establishing financial independence from the United States, as far as that like MOU of the 3.8 billion that they currently get from us every year at a minimum. And the way they do that is through arms trade and sales. Their entire economy and like gross national product and stability is going to, and already is, based on weapon sales. And currently there are laws that prohibit what we can sell, how much we can sell to any foreign nation, and like secret items, sensitive items, but that totally doesn't really exist with the NDAA, with Israel. It's basically Israel is, but we've known this, that it's basically a foreign outpost for US colonialism ongoing. It's like FOB Israel, forward operating base. Just like we set up FOBs in Iraq, FOBs all over the place. We're just using language to hide it. That's all. So the work continues.
And you have your hand. Thank you. Good to see you, Maribeth. As Karama said, we missed you last visit. Inshallah, we'll see you next in September. Iman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I really appreciated the perspective on Bosnia today. That really kind of opened my eyes to a lot. And just reflecting on what Nadal was saying about what's happened years and years, and over the past, in terms of, what's happening in Palestine. So I was thinking that perhaps I was like, we need to do something, I don't know, outside of going there, but Congress is off in August, but they're still working. And so, while we were chit-chatting, I put an email together. I'm thinking maybe we could ask that's specifically focused on the West Bank, and ask for virtual visits like in the next week or two, and just have members who are available to attend those visits. Because I think the point and I remember, I think several people made about getting the right story out, because Israel is going to, and just as it's always been, right? Like terrorists are usually the Palestinians, they're Muslims, they're Arabs. And so everything is always flipped. I mean, we even saw this during slavery, like, when slaves would stand up against the violence that was committed against them, they were the violent ones, right? And so same with the natives in the United States, right? They were portrayed as the violent ones when, European settlers came in and murdered and raped and pillaged and all of that and took their land. So I think that narrative is really important, and I think we need to get on it as quickly as we can. And I think also the positive thing that we have on the West Bank is what I feel like I've noticed in the almost last 3 years that we've been going there. When we would talk about Gaza, they would always try to deflect and be like, oh, but I'm doing all this stuff on the West Bank, and I'm against the settlements and all of this. Well, this is their opportunity now to actually show, and I think we need to call them on that. So that was just my thought is, even though we can't go in person to the Hill, they're still technically working, and perhaps we can try to get some virtual visits to focus some attention on the West Bank, or even like a informative email that we just sent to all the offices, whether they meet with us or not, saying that this is exactly what's happening in the West Bank. Because I think, the other side is so good with their propaganda. I think we need to get our facts out to them.
And fast.
Yeah.
Fast before it starts, before it gets traction.
Absolutely.
I think we need to do it also in Canada and the UK.
Yeah, can you send us a copy of the letter that Iman is going to draft?
Yeah.
We can use it here as well. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, and just I think I'm struck by this language, the counterterrorism, as if the Palestinians who are defending themselves from the settlers are the terrorists. I cannot state enough how I feel it's so important to dismantle that. Also, there has been such a long time since there was a big protest, like national protest.
There was one in the UK. That was big, yeah. Dr. Sweet, the one in the UK a few days ago. But yeah, not in Canada, not in the US.
Yeah, I wonder if we can mobilize on that.
Claire is actually in the audience and she has her hand up. I'm gonna bring her to speak.
What?
Claire?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you need me to do something to see my face, or just don't?
Turn on the camera.
Can see you.
Would love to see you.
Hi, Claire. How are you? We hardly get to see and talk anymore. I'm just happy to hear your voice. That's all. I'm excited. I'll be quiet now.
Claire, what you need is like the million persons march.
Yeah, I know. We need a big one to just mobilize people again.
Yeah.
Because everyone seems to be relaxed.
But Claire, you're muted now. You're muted now, Claire. You got the camera going, but the mute is on.
All right, now I'm unmuted and you can see me. First of all, I want to say this was a very powerful session. I don't often get to be on these sessions because I often have other commitments, but this sounds crazy, but I actually did have another commitment today. So I watched two Zoom meetings, yours and then another Zoom meeting by a woman named Abigail Barbanel, who was talking about the indoctrination of how she said she wasn't using this as an excuse, but she was talking about how we can't depend on Israeli society to do anything the whole world is going to have to put pressure on Israel because Israelis have been so indoctrinated. She showed how she left Israel and gave up her citizenship. She showed how they're indoctrinated from school, and having just been in a anti-war thing where a veteran for peace showed how people in the army are indoctrinated to kill. It sounded exactly like Israelis are indoctrinated from birth to kill Palestinians. Okay, so we need to understand that. So there's no way that we're going to get them. There's no way they're on their own going to make peace. So we have to get our governments to stop, not only stop giving them weapons and monies, but we may have to say Israel shouldn't even, but we have to help everyone understand that Israel is a settler colonial society, and its purpose and goal is to ethnically cleanse and kill Palestinians, and that we can't expect it to change. It's one important point she made is getting Netanyahu out of office is not going to change Israel's character. This is the whole society. So we can't think, oh, we get Netanyahu. Those people, I never thought, but those people who thought that was the answer or getting the right wingers out, no, this is their society. But I wanted to say this was hearing all the testimonies of people in the West Bank. It was very moving. I'm a psychiatrist too, Dr. Hageman. I've seen you before. And I was one of the psychiatrists who protested when the APA cut Dr. Mansour's when they tried to censor his speech. And there's still problems, even though they eventually let it happen. There's still problems there. But I wanted to let people know this group I belong to called National Single Payer is going to be having a webinar in which Doctors Jabbour and Karama speak to our audience. We're hoping that we get a big audience. We have about 2,000 members, but we're hoping we can get hundreds of them to come to this speech. We put out a statement in support of the healthcare workers who are imprisoned and being imprisoned and tortured, who are just recently, I just put on the webpage. And I wanted to say, I hope people can come to that. It's going to be August 12th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. And I'll send a link to it for you. But I'm just so moved by today's webinar. And in the beginning, that beautiful little presentation you had while we waited, is that going to be included in your recording? Because that had tears in my eyes.
The video in the waiting room?
Yes, the video in the waiting room.
Do you want it? Where do you need it? I can send that.
Oh, I just loved it.
Which one was it, Mesa? I can play it. Can I play it actually to the group?
Yes, please.
It's really sad. Yeah. It's not.
Let's play it now. That's for everyone. That's a bonus for Claire, Dr. Claire Cohen.
Okay, and before I go, I will definitely be there in September. I've been getting physical therapy galore, so I'm hoping that means I can get down there and none of my mobility problems will interfere. So I've been getting lots of physical therapy, so I will definitely be there in September. And one more thing. Go to your Congress people's offices locally. That's what I'm doing. In August, they still are meeting in their local offices. So go locally to their offices. You don't have to only visit them in DC. And that's it.
Thank you, Claire.
Okay.
Are you going to share, Mesa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I need some time to find it. Can you talk? Continue with the discussion, and then I'll let you know.
Daniel did not speak today. Where are you, Daniel? What's happening with Daniel Khalad? Or Scott? Scott, did you speak, Scott? Who's ever available?
كانت مؤسسة السلام انتهينا وبرضه مؤخرا مشروع من ثيرابي ديبارتمنت
Somebody have the news on?
Daniel.
مع مداني.
Dal has the news on.
Oh no, not news. Yeah, me. I'm always doing this. Danny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Every Sunday I say that I won't feel like I had the air knocked out of my chest. But one Sunday, hopefully, inshallah, soon, we won't all feel this way. But in terms of action items and things to do, I like the idea of mobilizing around Huckabee. I think he's absolutely dangerous, and I think his role in this has been like completely masked off. And I think we really should think of a coordinated effort to, especially being that I think it was initiated like 3 weekends ago, after his statement when Ro Khanna was in the West Bank, and the statement he made. A lot of right-wing political commentators did come out condemning him. So I think that we could definitely do something there. I think in terms of statements from our reps and senators, while we should be calling and getting them to do that, I think we really need like tangible, like materially effective things. Like I know in New York, a lot of these, what are they called? They're like tax exempt charities that funnel like millions and millions of dollars every year to the settler movement. So I think like, I go back to this word creative. Like I think this is where we have to target, because this is what keeps the apartheid going. This is what keeps genocide going. And the West Bank scares me because this is what they want. They've been satiating they want the West Bank. Like Gaza they'll have if they can, but the West Bank, like they really want it, and it really scares me what they'll do to achieve it. And I think a lot of things are going to escalate in the next few weeks. I do believe they are aware of like the political landscape that's happening and public opinion, and I think we really need to move as fast as we can. We were just on the Hill a few days ago, and the West Bank conversation came up kind of naturally from the people we were meeting with. I think these people do feel safer to talk about the West Bank violence, and versus with the Gaza genocide, we were always told, like Iman mentioned, that Hamas this, Hamas that. With the West Bank, they really can't use that. And something I just want everybody to be mindful of as we go into year 3 of the genocide in Palestine is be really mindful of language. Like I still don't hear enough people say that Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Mm-hmm. I still feel that people kind of skirt around this conversation. I still see people within our circle that elevate voices out of Israel. Like we have to be mindful. Language is what leads to genocide, and language is what leads us out of genocide. So just be mindful of that. And of course our beloved Dr. Hassan Abu Safiya still sits in the dungeon. So Monday for the Daxters, our phone calls are going to include getting him out, liberated and free, and of course getting our reps and senators. I do anticipate that a lot more Democrats are going to be visiting the West Bank. I think Ro Khanna may have began a trend, so to speak. So I do anticipate some more representatives getting out there, and I think we just have to keep the pressure on and move really fast. I think with Gaza we didn't move fast enough, and we got to 1,000 days of genocide. So please do everything you can, please.
Thank you, Dania.
Thank you, Mesa, for everything you do.
For every little word, every word. I found
But
the
by the way, should we push instead of asking them to pressure Huckabee? Should we push to have Huckabee fired because it doesn't really represent the interest of the United States? Maybe we need to.
Well, he's treasonous. Yeah, he's treasonous. Yeah. He should be fired.
Maybe we should not reach out to Huckabee. We need maybe to push the government somehow, pressure on the administration to fire this guy, replace him someone else, because he's a disaster. He's like a criminal. He's genocidal. He's messianic. He's delusional. He lives in the 3,000 years ago. Maybe you need to send him back 3,000 years ago too.
I think that might be a distraction though, because then they'll get lost in something procedural, like what does it take to recall or fire an ambassador? And again, it's kind of like making AIPAC the face of the pro-Zionist lobby issue in the US. It then assumes that he's the only issue when our entire government is rotten to the core with people who are Christian Zionists, despite the fact that, they're supposed to be serving in a secular capacity in this country. I think we can't ignore the fact that he is the face of the US, in Jerusalem and in the West Bank. But if we start making it individual to him, they'll circle the wagons. So calling the embassy is less about changing his views because he's going to die a Christian Zionist. It's more about making it clear that Americans are not happy with what's going on there, that they're aware of what is happening in the West Bank, because people have always been able to do this under the cover of, oh, well, it's just the same, crisis in the Middle East. People don't pay attention to it. But the more calls the U.S. Embassy gets from concerned Americans taking the time to call, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, the more they're going to realize this is not an issue that's going to go away and it's going to have to be addressed.
I mean, we need to do both. I mean, we need to, call the embassy and pressure them and keep the pressure. And even when we talk to the other people, to pressure the embassy, the senators, the Congress, they need to talk to the embassy and pressure them, but also say that Huckabee is treasonous and does not represent the interests of the United States or the region, destabilizing the whole region. He's not even protecting the Christians in Palestine. That is also something we can talk to the Republicans about too. So
but I'm wondering who protects who protects Huckabee? Like, would we have to get through the State Department? Because during one of our meetings, we met with somebody who worked with the State Department for 15 years. And I'm wondering if that would kind of be a barrier, because Marco Rubio leads the State Department. So I'm wondering if that's not the case, I think it'll be easier to go after Mike Huckabee. So I'm wondering, like, if anybody has any leads or connections or any kind of information that would help us make this like as effective as can be.
Yeah, honestly, I think we need to really, my opinion, I think we need to keep pushing for the West Bank and Gaza and Dr. Abu Safiyyeh, and in whichever way we can, whether we call the embassy, we call the foreign affairs committee. But the situation in the West Bank is really, really, really insanely dangerous. And I love what you've been doing, Dania, like the daily reminders. Can you also do it in Canada?
Oh, yeah. Listen, as long as I said on one Tuesday night Daxter meeting, I said, are you guys okay with me being annoying? And I got the thumbs up from everybody, our loyal members that show up Tuesday night. And once they gave me the green light, I was off to the race.
Can be more annoying. And actually, I called to all the Canadians on the call and then in our groups, if you want to join this daily action. Honestly, Dania, this has been brilliant. So thank you so much. We need to.
No, I think, listen, I couldn't do it without everybody. I mean, on Friday, I think I shared with the group, I was, you wake up in those moods sometimes where you're like, F this, and then I saw everybody's text and it just it breathed life into me. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go make my calls. So I think that's really important for us. Cause someday, maybe on a Tuesday, Scott's not feeling it. And maybe on a Wednesday, Phil's feeling really, Phil, your picture with your buddy, I can't tell you what that did to me. I cannot tell you what that did to me. I think, I think we can inspire each other in different ways. And I know some days where it's really hard to make a phone call. You're repeating yourself. Like tomorrow, we're going into week 4 of doing this. And, you're talking to these people and you're repeating it. And now they're recognizing your voice and you're like, hey, it's me again. He's still in the dungeons. You guys haven't done anything to get him out, and I'm calling. And so I think it's we have to really encourage each other, because I think that's what keeps us going. So yeah. And please, if you're on this call, maybe I never made that clear. When I'm on these calls and I just checked my phone and saw that, Gaza was struck, I'm including that. I'm letting them know there is no ceasefire. I'm letting them know Dr. Hussam is still in the Israeli dungeons. So please don't feel like you have that person on the phone. You can spend as much time as you want and you can list every single concern. So don't feel like, while it has been Dr. Hussam has been the objective, but please, once you get a staffer on the phone, that's your tax money at work. You spend as much time with them as you want. You bring up every concern under the sun. So yeah.
Yeah. You're very
The
annoying.
more you do it, the better it gets.
Dania is very,
Dania, we
Dania is
will
very
start
annoying.
forwarding to other groups also. This is
No, no,
something.
yeah. So Dania is very annoying, pleasantly so. That's why we want to add more work for you. We're going to add you to all the groups and whatever message you share. And because actually we have a small group, the DC group. So we want to add you to the general DAG, maybe WhatsApp, and to the one also the Signal group. So please.
And every other group that we're in that is even not DAG.
Even if not DAG. خلاص, we're going to
Even
add
if it's
Dania
not
there.
DAG.
Spread the love.
We actually spread the annoying Dania message.
Spread the annoying. It's me.
I actually
think
love
for-
your message. I don't find them annoying at all.
I don't think they're annoying either, but maybe for the viewers, explain the
It's
concept.
actually very
'cause
helpful.
Not everyone is in our chats. So if you explain the concept as being like, we're basically trying to break down our advocacy work into bite-sized pieces. So every day we're making a focus of our phone calls, because the viewers can do the same thing, even if they're not in our WhatsApp chats.
But I
I'm
find
just
the
gonna-
daily reminders actually really helpful. And
Yeah, I was
then
gonna-
people reporting back is just kind of like a good circle
It's
of
so, isn't it so good?
virtuous
And then
circle.
the numbers hyperlinked. I think that's like so easy. You just have to like, just click on it. And I think the poll is also like, you feel like, because a lot of us feel really helpless throughout the day. So I think there is like a psychological connection with like checking off the poll and, checking off that, okay, I made my calls. Self-soothing, perhaps a little selfish, but whatever it is to keep the day going and feel like you're doing something. So yeah, like I said, I get inspired by everybody's messages, and like everybody, especially if somebody says, oh, call, this office didn't know who he was, that even gives me more of a raging energy in me, where I'm like, oh, they don't know who he is, well, they're about to find out now. And but yeah, it's we keep on.
It's great.
Are we
So-
able to recreate that as an email?
Be
People are
honest,
asking.
if I was the one sharing all these messages, most people would have left the group. So I'm glad it's coming from Dania. So thank you. We're gonna use it's a dual use for Dania. Yeah. Okay.
So
Phil.
yeah, so I two things. Going back to what Daniel just said. I think I suggested the idea of the feedback, and because I was talking to myself, I need that encouragement from other people, and so if I see in on the WhatsApp discussion other people talking about who they've called and so forth, that encourages me. And also, if I am not making the calls, then I'm kind of shaming myself into making them because I'm not going to lie about. And so this friend of mine, he's a retired labor lawyer. He's Jewish. He's very anti-Zionist, and he's got advanced MS, and he's on dialysis. So he has a very limited daily life, and he's in this long-term rehab health place. So I visit him a couple of times a week, and I had this idea. I said, we shouldn't just be sitting around talking. Let's make some calls. And so he was delighted because he's so happy that I've given him something to do to help. And so I would encourage everybody, if you have a friend like that, or a relative like that you visit once in a while, and that you think would be inclined to make those calls, it makes it a lot more fun. Fun's not the
What did you
right
feed
word,
him?
but
What did you feed him, Phil?
sorry.
What did you feed him? What was that thing that you
Oh,
gave
I
him?
bring him crumpets, scones every time. There's a bakery near where his place is that makes really excellent scones, and so I pick up a couple of scones, and we get crumbs all over the place, and we make calls, and it's really good. it's kind of like being with you all online, encouraging each other. I also have a real live person in the same room that I'm making calls with, so you can do two good things at once. So
more fun actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Scott, do you have your hand up?
I do. I do have my hand up. People were talking about the State Department. Huckabee, absolutely. I think we should contact Huckabee. But as for Marco Rubio is working with the Pentagon. I put links in the chat. The Pentagon to invade Cuba.
Yes.
We need alliances. I've been saying that with day one, and we have alliances. We absolutely have alliances. And we also have to turn out for our partners. The Pentagon is planning to invade Cuba. They've cut off gas to Cuba. So, and Marco Rubio loves this. He wants nothing other than the country of Cuba to collapse. And of course, the people of Cuba are not going to fall over for any of these interventions by the United States. So just be clear. Yes, we have to go after Marco Rubio also and clarify he needs to leave Cuba alone. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Let's everyone here repeat that. Let's, open up and let's chant together, right? Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Open up. Unmute.
Cuba
sí, bloqueo no.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Yeah.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Yeah. It's going to
And
be another
sanctions kill.
genocide if we don't watch out. It's going to be another genocide.
It's already choked. Like I was there. When was I there? March?
Dania,
Blackouts are so dangerous. So dangerous.
There is always this thing about, having a phone bank, which is an hour of phone bank that I've never done it. But do you think it's something we should do? Like, dedicate 1 hour so that people get the script and get more, motivated to do the calls?
I was a part of a phone bank in the beginning. It was once a week. I don't know, it's tricky. I think it would encourage like people to, but my worry is like, okay, what are we doing the rest of the days and hours? Whereas like I feel like, I mean, we can try it. I feel like, there's no such thing, especially like what we're facing. Like we really need every hand on deck. But I feel like what's cool about what we're doing is like we have like the morning crew that get their calls, and shout out to Nicola, right? She gets her calls in the morning, and then we have like the noon crew, and then we have like the Miriam crew who's getting her calls in like at 4 p.m. So I think it gives everybody like an opportunity depending on like their work day.
There might be other people who never call. I mean, I'm just like thinking we should at least try it.
Yeah, we can do
I've been involved in phone banks, and the one where they have what they call dialers. You might call a large number of calls, but the great majority of them, you're not going to get through. People are either going to hang up or they're just not going to answer, because so many people have, like I do, call filters today.
That was my experience, Claire.
Yeah, the phone bank I was most successful on was one where instead of using a dialer, they had you pick like 10 people out of your phone list to call, and then you got real people. They knew you, so they weren't going to hang up on you or this, and then try to convince. Now I don't know if those 10 people went on to call a couple people themselves, but so we called 10 people that we knew and got them to commit to either give something or do something, and that might be a better phone bank, because you're going to have more success with reaching people and with them hearing you out than those dialer ones.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like Dania and Phil's style. It's more natural, more organic. It covers the whole day. The only thing is we want to put Dania, clone her, put her in every other group, so she does the same for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. JVP has a thing they call the hour of power every afternoon. And I did that a couple of times. The good thing about it is there are a lot of people, but they sort of do a pep talk and there's a theme each day. But on the other hand, there's no interaction. It's all coming from above, and it has to be at a certain time. And I really like what we're doing because it has maximum flexibility. If I, some days like all of us, I'm sure there's some days you can do it in the morning, some days in the afternoon, etc. But when you're doing it, you open up the WhatsApp page and you look for posts from other people who happen to be doing it at that time, and that's our phone bank. It's a traveling phone bank.
It's always better the DAG style. It's always better the DAG
Exactly,
style.
exactly.
More natural and more engaging. And honestly, I mean, when we call, no one responds. You call back after a few minutes, there is a chance someone will respond instead of just a one-time thing. And then I agree, most of the time when you do the phone banks, you don't get anyone, no one picks up, and you don't get to talk to people in person like we are doing it ourselves. So let's keep doing our style, but we just need to involve more groups into it. That's all.
Mariam,
I also had I'm sorry, Miriam, go ahead.
No, that's okay.
No, I was gonna say, I also wanted to start this thing, but I think it didn't pick up any steam, but like where we tag each other, right? Because there are so many people in that group. I think there's like 150 people in our group chat, and like where we, tag people, but I feel like that didn't pick up. Maybe we can try to do that tomorrow. That way it's like not the same people. And we're kind of calling out other people, which I guess may or may not be a good thing.
Wait a minute. Why don't we create a group in our WhatsApp thing that's specific? Another group that's specifically for making phone calls. That's specifically
But I
the
think
phone
it's good
bank.
for other people to see the action and maybe get inspired.
Yeah, and so
instead of
anybody
creating
who is saying, okay, today I'm going to make calls at noon, and they open up that group in WhatsApp and they see who else is calling and they put in their stuff, and then you can also find the numbers easily because it'll be in that script. Yeah, I think that'd be a great group, and then it could be everybody.
Yeah, it could be. We could add the Canadians and the UK.
Yeah.
And then Dania, you don't have to be split across different groups. We don't have to call
Yeah.
you.
Well, yeah, and then I know where to go. There's a specific place for when I'm making phone calls.
But
Because
again,
I'm
I
always
mean,
guessing.
that's going to be creating a new group. Plus, I mean, this way we are tapping into bigger groups that's already existing. It might be better to get everyone motivated instead of creating a new group. I mean, we can see. But for now, I think it's good to keep doing it the same way Daniel is doing it. We just need to share it with more groups. And with time, if we have a group of very well dedicated people, we can create a special group for them. Yeah, let's not, what do they call it? Let's not put the thing before the horse. So for now, we're doing great. We just expanded a little bit and evolve with time.
Mariam.
So I think the thing is we're still talking about just a small portion of the entire like DAG community, those of us that are in the WhatsApp group, and that's getting into the WhatsApp group requires that you actually go to the Hill. Plus there is like a ultimate capacity to how many members you can have on WhatsApp or Signal. And I think what I'm seeing in the comments on YouTube and our viewers here is how does the community that tunes into our webinars, how do they get involved in this, right? So without trying to make a giant WhatsApp group. So I'm wondering if like things change on the ground and we have to adapt as it happens. But as Danya pointed out, there's nothing stopping us from being, I saw this in the news today, when we're talking to a staffer, but if we, for example, could send out sort of a general phone script in our DAG Sunday webinar email, right? So our viewers have something to work with, because that's half the obstacle, is feeling like you don't know what to say once you have a staffer on the phone. But then also if we could like have a daily post on our DAG Instagram, for example, which we would delete. So we're not having like a post every day that's only about phone calls. But if Danya shared like the selected targets and the phone numbers on our DAG Instagram saying, Dagsters who are going to try and call today, That way our viewers that are not on WhatsApp or whatever platforms they actually use can see, and they can also take part in our daily calls in these little more digestible bite-sized tidbits that we get to benefit from in the WhatsApp groups.
Great idea. I can also add it on the website as a regular call to action, update it with the scripts and
it's just more about like how can we do it on a daily basis without putting it on you to log into the website? Because I know there's a couple of people running the DAG Instagram, and so it'd be relatively easy for them to take Danya's message in the morning and stick it on an Instagram post, and maybe we just delete the Instagram post at the end of the day so it's not cluttering up the Instagram page, but that way there is something organized for people to tune into daily, and it doesn't create too much excess work for the same handful of people that are doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes.
Actually, if instead of daily, maybe daily is too much. Maybe actually a good suggestion would be for Dania, please, more work for you. Every week on the webinar, prepare a list for the whole week. List, if you're in the US, this is the list of people you call for the whole week. This is the message, and we share it in the comments here. If you're in Canada, this is the list of people you can call, and this is the message. If you are in Europe, maybe we can create like every week, we get an update and we share it here. So people who ask, we share with them. Our viewers here, they can, have this message, these numbers, and they can call.
On
Does that-
Instagram, also put it on
No.
Instagram.
No, I mean here, or Instagram, but I mean here is fine. You
Here,
can share it in the comments.
Instagram has 140,000 people.
Sure,
Here
yeah,
we have
Instagram, exactly, yes.
maybe 600, 700 people watching the webinar every week. And
by the way, can I just give a shout out to the YouTube community today? It's probably one of the most watched episodes this week, and a lot of
really?
engagement. Yes.
Amazing.
Hey, YouTube.
I have another idea. What about if we actually organize a delegation, a medical delegation to the West Bank?
Oh, that would be so cool.
Yalla, I'm ready to receive everyone.
I mean, now there is a big need. They say they don't have doctors, they don't have an ambulance, they don't have all these things. Maybe we should organize a medical delegation.
Let's do it.
That's a good idea. Maybe by the fall, or maybe the olive harvest time. Actually, usually that's a very hard time. So it's
a lot of injuries and a lot of
September.
Can I add to that?
It's
We have
October,
a
right?
DAG member who's committing 3 months of her life. I forget her name. She was trying to just raise a little bit of money to close her. She lost her job because she challenged the Zionists. I don't know if you.
Oh yeah, I
recall
saw
who
the
she is.
message. Yeah.
She's going for 3 months to do this dangerous and beautiful work. And so I, for one, want to make sure she gets there. Anybody who can go, wants to go, I think we could help close some funding gaps for people if they're able to go.
Maybe we can ask the doctors in the Congress. Maybe Maxine Dexter can come with us.
Oh, it's a good idea. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, maybe we'll take roll.
Yeah, let's plan it.
And then our partners, Priests Against Genocide, they are leading. They've been doing this for years. You know how they do groups that go, as you said, for the olive harvest.
Yeah.
Martha Miller will be going on that with Priests Against Genocide to the West Bank. So I think there's a lot we could coordinate.
She is?
And let's do it.
Amazing.
Wow. Okay.
Good. Let me know when you want me to play the video. I found it.
Yellow.
يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النذل بيا يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النذل بيا وامشي الشتا رواني والصيف لما أتى شعل من نيراني بيضل عمر الفتاة راهن للحرية
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's the voice of my daughter actually singing.
Oh,
That's Mira?
That's Mira.
Wow.
yeah, she's got a beautiful voice.
I'm trying to stop sharing. Why can't I stop sharing?
So finally, Mira agreed to have her voice
This
being
is a
used.
song she recorded a while ago, and she gave it
Did
to
she
me.
allow it?
She gave it to me to use, and I used it.
Are you sure we have her consent to use it? Because I know she was against it.
She's yeah.
Although we need more of her singing. This is
Yeah,
beautiful.
definitely.
Very
Definitely.
beautiful.
That's a
Wow.
beautiful voice. Yes, definitely.
This is just a fraction of the martyrs. You know, every day there's someone lost every day. And we must never forget. Oof.
Dr. Swiyang, your hand is up, or that's from before?
Yeah, I'm just posting it. I said that this thing about your cats come over to listen.
Oh, yeah, they came over and
I want to tell you something. Cats have got more compassion than human beings. You know, when I was outside the Foreign Office, you know, having a go at Keir Starmer for not using his last week in office to release Dr. Abu Safia, my sister wrote back to me, why do you waste time over this man? You know, you should try Larry the cat. You get better joys. You know, that's Downing Street cat. You see. So the main thing is, jokes aside, I was thinking of Huckabee. I think you should get a petition going about him anyway. You know, and I think that with many people sign it, get quite a good kind of petition lot to do it. Many of them will do free because, you know. So one of the petition we did against the Israeli spyware, Palantir, which our government is trying to introduce into our state medicine, we had a petition going and it got 750,000 people signed. So our NHS is going to disengage from that. I don't know whether it's a system we use in the state, because down here we cannot call our politician. They won't answer the phone. You write to them, you get automatic reply. So the only way is petition them. But you've got to do everything you can.
All right, friends. Anyone has any final thoughts, final words?
So I think, it doesn't hurt to have a petition, fire Rubio and fire Huckabee. Any noise is good. Let people start thinking about, talking about it. A petition, fire Huckabee, fire Rubio. They are both dangerous. Rubio is even more dangerous because he's preparing himself to become the next president. And he is the closest, actually, out of all the administration, the closest one to Netanyahu in Israel is Rubio. This is Israel's
it's horrible.
for the next presidency.
Yeah.
It's good to start, bring their name up so people know that these people are dangerous people for their crimes. I know we're not gonna fire him with the petition, but the petitions help.
But everybody should know, educate the public.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. You're right. Yeah.
And then
That's
after
a good
that,
idea.
if each one of us give $1, you can put it on the New York Times as an advertisement.
Yeah.
That's what Jews for, Jewish Voices for Peace did at the beginning when they started their mission.
I think the overall trend is super, super powerful. Like it's like small, like I was talking to one of my coworkers about this, but the pro-Palestine sentiment has reached areas that you wouldn't traditionally think of, like for example, skincare and beauty and things like that. Like those of us who do BDS are aware that, we run our products through various apps, but something that I noticed a few days ago was there's a brand that at Target called Naturium, which I liked, a lot of us liked, and it became a bigger brand in the last 3 years because everyone was looking for BDS friendly alternatives to a lot of these brand name products that we use. And someone actually laughed at me when I was bringing this up because they're like, what does skincare or beauty or cosmetics have to do with Palestine? And it's huge, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? As an example, as like an aside, Estee Lauder, which is a brand many people will be familiar with, that the sole owner of Estee Lauder is Robert Lauder, and he's worth $4.7 billion. And he is like this with Netanyahu and the Republicans. He actually funds a lot of like Zionist stuff in Israel. So it actually does make a difference what you purchase at Target or at Sephora or Ulta. It has actually direct effect with what you do with your wallet. But anyway, there was a brand that had been boycott safe up until now. And then people on social media are savvy. They realized the founder just posted a picture of herself frolicking in a bikini on a beach in occupied Palestine. And it was like setting off like throwing gasoline or a match on gasoline or something. The outcry on social media, on every post, and you already have the entire social media, Instagram, like influencer ecosystem bringing up alternatives to this brand. Whether the people posting have actually any particular feeling about Palestine doesn't matter, but they jumped on the bandwagon because the consumer base is furious. And that just happened in 72 hours. And so it's just, for me, as someone who's chronically online and always following these trends, it's like very promising to see that something as small as something like this that 4 years ago no one would have pegged. Now people are like, I'm going to switch out my body products, my cleanser, my cosmetics, and it's worth billions of dollars. So it's like a small thing that seems like a crazy thing to even bring up in the context of being anti-genocide or advocacy until you really follow the money. But I thought that was amazing.
Every dollar matters. By the way, is Gwyneth canceled already or not yet?
Gwyneth Paltrow has been canceled in my mind since she did the Snap challenge in the 2000s, but I don't know about anyone else. They should have canceled her then. She's always been an out-of-touch, wealthy white woman.
What was the Snap
from
challenge?
Oh my God, I'm going to soapbox for a minute. So the SNAP challenge was this thing in the 2000s where everyone was like, oh, the SNAP program that, helps people afford food in this country because we're functionally a third world country with like gilding on it. People were like, this is what the SNAP program allocates for groceries to an individual. It's like, I don't know what it was, like $50 or something, sometimes less. Some people are really only getting like $20 a week from SNAP, and that's how they're supposed to feed themselves in America. Well, a bunch of influencers, including Gwyneth Paltrow, who was born with a silver spoon in every opening, She was like, oh, look, I'm going to take this budget and I'm going to show you how you can buy like really healthy food. So people on SNAP and government assistance have no excuse to be purchasing unhealthy food. So she was like, I'm going to take my entire budget and buy like an avocado and 2 bananas and watch me thrive on it. It was the most tone deaf and out of touch thing I've ever seen, and has never left me. And this was before I went to medical school. Anyway, so these people were doing this. It became very popular and trendy, right? It's a way of shaming poor people in this country who need these programs to survive. And guess what? Gwyneth Paltrow didn't thrive on it either, because you can't buy $50 worth of healthy food at Whole Foods and think you're going to be able to survive and do the work that most of these individuals are. Anyway, so I've hated Gwyneth Paltrow for a very, very long time. And this is just more of the same.
Very unlikable.
Deeply, deeply. She's not a great actress either. Boo.
Never watched her, but know about her now.
Yeah, you're not missing out.
Well, you've got to take the battle on all fronts. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, she did the last what is it, commercial in, well, I can't remember which city in occupied Palestine. Herzliya or Nahariya or something like this. It's like yucky.
Or Cesaria.
It's just tone deaf. And like, where's your sense of self-preservation from a brand? I don't expect morality or ethics from these people. They don't have any. But how can you 3 years in make a decision that you know is going to cost your base so much money?
Obviously getting paid a lot of money to do this. So
if there's not enough money, people aren't going to forget. I mean, short term, but here's the thing. Gwyneth Paltrow, like I said, she comes from generational wealth. But these other people, if I was making money in cosmetics or in any industry, I'm going to be paying very close attention to what consumers care about.
Yeah.
If not because I'm an ethical human being, because there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire, because I don't want to lose money. I want to corner the marketplace. I'm going to play the game. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's wrong with people that they think they can get away with this in this day and age.
This is called impunity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They think they can do whatever, that we have no options. Well, we create options. Small brands pop up and they know that they need to come out front and center as being pro-Palestine, anti-genocide, and we will give them our money. Vote with your wallet. It cripples them. That's why there's so much anti-BDS legislation. You can, by just making decisions at the grocery store, at Target or Walmart or wherever your least ethically murky store is, you can actually affect it. That's why there's so much anti-BDS legislation. If it wasn't going to hurt them, they wouldn't try and stop us from doing it.
Yeah. You know, there's this soap called Lush, Lush. You go into Lush and you ask for the watermelon, and it's always sold out. Because they are actually known to be supporting the Palestinians. So everybody wants to buy a bar of Lush soap with a watermelon to give to their friends, because watermelon is banned in our hospital. I'm going to buy a watermelon soap for my CEO. He will fume. But I'm going to do that.
He will feel clean, at least.
Yeah.
Of his sins.
I think I'm going to, I do that. Yeah.
I want to add something on follow the money. I didn't have the fact because I was driving. I just wanted to double check it. We were talking earlier about how profitable and lucrative the killing of Palestinians is through the machinery of killing. So I had done some research on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. The stock exchange, while the rest of the world actually was having a very bumpy ride on the stock exchange for the last 2.5 years, it has been bumpy. The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange rose over 200% since October 2023. I want you to understand that. Our stock exchange as kind of, we're very happy on a stock exchange basis if overall the stock exchange goes 10% a year. Excellent.
This is Jewish American lady from Ohio.
The whole, Wall Street's happy. 200% since the genocide. These are numbers, these are unheard of numbers. So I just wanted to check that. And exactly as Dr. Jadallah was saying and others, follow the money. This has been about a $175 billion gain.
Wow. We really have to do something about that. It's so upsetting. And with the money, they destroy the homes of Palestinians, They destroy their culture. Oh, they're destroying Nidal's family home, and they're going for yours, Misa. This is ridiculous, you know.
By the way, to give you another number, that number is almost exactly equal to the amount of foreign assistance the U.S. has given to Israel.
Over a period.
Yeah. I mean, period, in the history. Like, you add it all up, it's almost a bizarre one-to-one correlation. All that money, now double it in the last 2.5 years.
What do you think? What can we do about it, Annie? What's your reflection on this?
Well, I think you raised a very, very good point. Honestly, I didn't know what you raised earlier about the semi-privatization and then the kind of push to want to list it on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. It said, you know, here's my field. I don't do that specifically, and I didn't know that. I think that's huge. I think we should be calling out what happened on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, and exactly, I mean, this is the ultimate in BDS, that they're going to try to semi-privatize, list on the stock exchange. So, well, I'm not going to repeat your argument. Your argument is perfect, and I think we should, maybe that's too tangential to the framing of Doctors Against Genocide, but if money were not on the table, there wouldn't be a genocide. There'd be military and, you know, religious will, of course, and there would be a lot that would happen. But if we removed Israel from the drip feed that keeps them alive and has kept them alive, we would change the time frame, the scope, the depth, everything. And I think you hit a very profound point. I just don't know exactly how you would want to note that the stock exchange exactly reflects the killing boom in the last 2.5 years.
Okay, so keep exposing them, keep exposing their crimes, keep exposing their brands. I think despite all of this, we are winning, and we have to stay strong and optimistic. And the only reason they are making tons of money is because the government and the leaders are still complicit with them and still buying their stuff. But as the regular people of the world, I really think their cause is dead, and they will never recover from this. We just need to get the governments to align with the will of the people and not use their tax money. By the way, Israel economy is making money, and their startups are strong, and all this is funded by US and Western tax dollars. It's not because they are brilliant. They were getting rivers of money, free money to invest, to experiment, to make startups. They are not. Do you know that Israeli startups are funded from US tax money more than the American startups? Trump is cutting down on the research here in the United States and technology here in the United States and the brains in the United States and giving them and funding, you know, the Israeli startups. So they are not brilliant, they are not smart, they are not, it's just they are getting the impunity and the full money, an open check to do whatever they want, experiment with whatever they want, and make these products. So it's time to hold our governments accountable and make sure that our money is being invested in our people and not to those filthy criminal Zionist murderers to commit more murders and more genocide and expand their genocide. So we are winning. We just need to keep up with this. Giving up is not a choice. Keep up with this. Tanya, starting tomorrow morning, whatever you want to share, whatever groups, phone number you want to share in that advocacy group, we're going to share it in every group. And every week we were going to be sharing this here on the webinar, and the idea of also on Instagram to make maybe a weekly call, not necessarily a daily call, a weekly post. This week, these are the phone numbers we're targeting, and this is the call for each country. So that's a good action program that we can do. Okay, guys, I think everyone is tired.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stay support. Don't feel discouraged. We are winning, and we have to win, inshallah, because we have the truth on our side.
Oops.
have a humanitarian
Thank you
oversight.
all.
Thank
See you
you.
next week, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
مع السلامة. Thank you.
Yeah. Masala.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.